country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. Putting out the fires, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like I'm walking on water. I'm walking on water. I'm walking on water. Fires are heavy, cause me alive. Breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, race a little harder. Yeah, every time when I'm wrong, it's like I'm walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires, I'm looking for a miracle. It's like I'm walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I'll leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling and my makeup. How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone just save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems that I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay till you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだ 数字の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ビールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave.
cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left on right, we're trapped in the middle.
don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on right? Oh, right. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life. No, 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 no. No light, no, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something don't come easy. Getting ready to take that chance, but just understand and just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams. Are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna stop to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. You're never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. to me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. See, my days were tasting sour, and my goals were out of reach. When it rained, I felt no power, the world watching over me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know my, they're gonna know my, they're gonna know my name.
Oh, I do surrender. I'm down on my knees, praying for forgiveness. Won't you pray with me? We had that fight last night. It didn't mean much to me, but I'm still paying for it. Won't you let me be? I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 Oh God, it's just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my
rise in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own right. Resting in the rubble, never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own right. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire. Welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
欢迎来到2023 LPL 下棋赛。
这里还是你们熟悉的舞台，
这里还将不断出现新的声音。
The Power of Youth， 热血青春比赛正式开始。
下棋赛终于开始了，老家伙就安静点吧，赶紧坐下。燃烧吧，青春！
两位最佳新手，你觉得最重要的是什么？
在这里，每一次登场都很重要。
每一个操作都很重要，
还有信念和激情。
这些东西都准备好了吗？
每一次蜕变也很重要。
要敢抓住每一个机会，
感接每一波，
我们感接每一波才战，我们感接每一波才战。
敢孤注一掷，
没错，就在今天。我希望是今后的每一天。
这是一个永远不缺奇迹的地方。
第6赢第7不是应该的吗？
8年了，还能见证新王朝的诞生吗？
拿出你们的本事，阻止他们。
听着，We team is the best。
年轻就是要狂。
前途未定，一切皆有可能。 我不言弃，我们在等一场金色的雨。
新的10年，看我们的！
来吧！
想成为这场比赛的主角吗？
来打败我们吧！我们的时代才刚刚开始。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the split of Might Guy, if I've ever heard one. It is the power of youth here in the LPL, so we welcome you back for our second day already, running headfirst into summer, and of course the world split is what awaits with 4 teams to represent as you'd expect. My name is Hysterics. I'm joined by Jamada yet again, who was here yesterday to open us up, and sir, all I can say to you is you are repping the denim today. You have done what I asked. We are coming into day 2 in style.
Yeah, you know, I saw you had the denim. I was going to rock this funky shirt, and I was like, let me match my brother with the denim. Happy to be here with you. Second day in a row for me. And yeah, I'm excited to get into today.
Yeah, I mean, look, today should be good again. Yesterday's games were a little bit funky. We had some slow tempo, and then we really built up with a crazy game 3. We can talk about it super quick. AL vs Ultra Prime. Was it game 2 or game 3, Javada, which was just out of this world?
Game 3 was just like, for some reason, these guys just decided to like full on, I don't know, you know in movies, action movies, where it's like they both have knives and then they both just drop them and just start throwing fisticuffs? That was game 3 between Ultra Prime and Anyone's Legend. It could have gone either way. It was Ultra Prime that took it in the end. I think well deserved. It felt like they got a good download after their game 1 thrashing, and after that, they just went on the up and up.
And props to FPX versus TT as well, right? I know you also did that one where FPX were very surprising considering they had such a rough last split. TT were the ones who made playoffs, but obviously they made some roster changes. Hasn't worked out so far. So FPX stands tall with 1 win sitting alongside Ultra Prime as well. But we have to look at what's coming up today. Another couple of debuts. IG versus LGD is where you and I start, but later, NIP versus EDG. We've got some fun roster moves to talk about there as well, Jamada. And of course, looking at EDG, who still have high expectations.
Yeah, EDG should still have those very, very high expectations. I've been saying it since, well, for the last couple of days. I feel like EDG should be pretty irritated seeing how MSI went after their playoffs run as well, falling just a touch short after, you know, looking like undoubtedly the second best team for a very long time throughout spring. So I'm excited to see how they're actually going to come into this split, especially considering we've moved into an even heavier AD carry patch where you would expect Leave is going to absolutely thrive.
Well, look, we'll talk about that in a little bit because EDG NIP is coming up later. Let's start with IG versus LGD. We're talking about roster changes here first. And starting with IG, I think a lot of people will be excited about this because IG may as well lost Gideon and Dove, the 2 Korean imports, but they have gained Cryan, MSI champion, and Tianjin, who Jamada. I was talking to you about this guy, the Rengar OTP, the LDL character who got banned away 90% or more of the time from that said champion. Tianjin is feared on this pick, and I feel like it's the perfect meta to start talking about the potential of Rengar today.
Yeah, man, assassins are kind of in a, definitely 100% solo queue, and I've heard a lot of whispers from the pro players that I've been speaking to about the occasional Rengar here and there, specifically actually into Kha'Zix, which is, of course, the other AD assassin, which is very, very strong. Feels like I'm back in 2014 or something, maybe. We'll have to see whether or not Tianjin actually gets his hands on that, and, of course, Cryan as well in the mid lane. I think when you've got such strong side laners in YSKM and then obviously Arn and Wink in the bottom side, having a facilitating-esque mid laner like Cryan who loves to occasionally lane could be harder because of the patch changes. We'll get into that later on, of course. It just is a roster move that makes sense. So I'm really hyped to see what IG look to do and how they will evolve starting from today.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you have elements that have stayed in place, right? Like, especially YSKM for his debut split in spring, Arn and Wink, who became this fearsome 2v2, maybe you have a little bit more stability for IG that we can also bring up when we talk about those patch changes and how they affect Invictus Gaming. IG missed out on playoffs. It was narrowly by a single series win, but IG still missed out. They didn't make it in. Having said that, LGD, it wasn't narrowly. They definitely missed out on playoffs. And Jamada, they've kept the majority of the same roster with Meteor re-debuting here in 2023. Fiend is still there, Haichao there. But we have a new AD carry over from Live Sandbox, a playoff team only last split in Korea. The LCK's very own Envy, who has now joined in and taken the place of LPC.
Yeah, very, very strong AD carry player. And again, can't really overstate this enough. Given the meta that we're walking into, if you have a skilled AD carry in the bottom lane, it's going to just typically pay dividends, of course. I think that LGD did obviously struggle a lot throughout spring, but we started to see some very clear improvements from a lot of the teams actually towards the bottom end of the split table, rather, at the end of last split. So I think for LGD, if they continue to build on some of that momentum that they were building up in spring here in summer, they could look to pull off a couple of very solid results, I think.
And as we saw yesterday, right, like FPX TT, the best example. FPX really struggled last split, and it was nice to see that they came into the split firing. So today, ladies and gentlemen, as we open up IG versus LGD, we're going to be asking the same questions. Who's learnt the most over the break as the power of youth returns in full force? What a name for the split. All I said when I saw this announced, Jamada, I'm like, dude, someone has been watching too much Naruto. Someone's the biggest Guy Sensei fan. They just wanted to unleash their inner weaver. They're like, I'm going to put this in here as the title of the LPL Summer Split.
Yeah, they just watched the episode where a guy punched a hole in Murder's chest, and that's the only thing I can think of right now. But it is a very, very fitting motto. I think we've seen so many LDL players come up, not only in this split, right? Ooh, okay, very interesting workout. But from, spring as well, we had, of course, the biggest highlights would probably be Elk and Leave, right? Leave stepping into the shoes of Viper and doing so well on EDG. And then, of course, Elk arguably being effectively just the second best, sorry, Ruler had to exist at MSI, AD carry at the International just gone by. The LDL power of youth, it all makes sense and it's all coming together here.
It does as well. As new uniform coming through here as well. A nice debut is finally going to get Jinjiao to the stage. Now, the biggest question is, can LGD hold their form, or can they rather hold the line against the, I guess, better developing IG? It's been a couple of years since we've seen IG, in the spotlight, and they've been building up their anime arc as well. IG, they're coming on the stage here. We talked about these new additions. Let's kind of go through them as YSKM once again returns. Tianjin in the jungle for his debut from the LDL. Cryan, MSI champion, now on the roster with Arn and Wink returning hand in hand as well. And Jamada, this has a lot of individual star power, this roster. I think we have to look at the individual skill that's going to be showcased here and how much IG is. Okie dokie, is that Karma movement? Was YSKM going to play Karma top? What the hell was... What's happening?
Not sure, but YSKM seems ready at the very least. And yeah, I like what you were mentioning, right? I think for IG, there was a lot of individual prowess shown in the previous iteration in spring. I'm very excited to see what Tianjin will bring to the table, right? Like you mentioned, the Rengar. I expect that some respects will be paid. Or maybe we see, Jake, the one thing that always happens when it comes to OTP players or OTP-esque players, right? Where it goes through once, the enemy team gets completely battered, and then it stays banned forever. We'll see, but I'm really gonna curiously track what IG would like to play, because I think the meta really suited them at the start of the year, right? The double AD carry patch from 13-1, and that was what really got their momentum going. I feel like that really built up Arm and Wink as a duo, so now moving into, you know, very, very volatile 2v2s in the bottom side where you need the rest of the map to be together, that's where Tianjin and Cryan will come down towards the bottom side and hopefully facilitate that. Finn is still doing his
He's still stabbing.
He's loving it.
Oh my god, that man. Get him away. Get him away from the players. He's just preparing, obviously, to step up in that top lane because he is going up against YSKM. And it makes sense that there's a lot of anticipation, probably a lot of adrenaline. YSKM, if people didn't watch Spring Split, was one of our most individually gifted top laners. And we knew it coming in, Jamada, right? Like, we knew that this guy was going to be all or nothing. And especially in the first half of the split, he was a front runner for IG. A lot of solo kills, a lot of definition of talent shown on stage. And I guess that's what Fairness has to go up against today, because it might be a new split, but YSKM, we know, is still going to be as volatile as ever.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, if you were here during the season kickoff event, for the people that watched that all the way back in January, we had a bunch of the titles handed out to a lot of the players that were participating in that. And the Shy, some would arguably say, you know, YSKM's godfather or something.
Yeah.
Had the title of Trailblazer. And I feel like realistically in spring, the Trailblazer for the top side was probably YSKM, just because of how exciting he was. And like you mentioned, how volatile, how willing he was to just kind of throw his body at 1v1 play specifically. So I'm gonna hold my breath, because we're walking into a meta where top laners are kind of being pushed towards more utility-esque picks. Sure. But I expect, because YSKM is the player that he is, we are still going to see things like the Jax, things like even the Camille come out and be a very consistent thing, especially, it has to be said, with items like Triforce being buffed. I feel like his Bruiser champion pool is probably still going to be something that he wants to lean on and will lean on a lot.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, we still have only come one day in, and even though the meta has been looked at from an outside perspective, even though we've come off the back of MSI, remember, folks, we are in 13-10, so there's a lot to be explored here. And with people like YSKM, I think they're the people to do the exploring. We've seen Jace banned 5 games, never picked up. That's always banned away. A lot of fear put onto that pick. And look, hell, we've seen champions flexed all around the place. Things like Cassante already in day number 1. We've seen a Gragas mid and top lane. Like, I think it could be pretty exciting, despite the fact that we are seeing a lot more tanks up there. But before we get into pick ban, Jamada, anything else in 13-10 you want to bring up? Because it was a wacky day yesterday. We saw a lot of Nico with 100% priority as well with the new Nico. Is there anything else you want to bring to the surface before we get in?
I mean, I think we got a decent preview of some of the new things that we should come to expect quite frequently. Milio, I anticipate, will continue to remain pick banned, right? It was banned after the first game of yesterday, every single game. So I don't expect that trend to be bucked. However, with one ban left from IG side, I could be eating my own words as we hit pick and ban straight away.
All right, here we go. 13-10 again, guys. Remember, everything's on the table. Yumi's not banned. Ah!
But there he is. So it should be fine. So theoretically, it should be fine. Just calm. We're all good. Unless Arn picks Ezreal. Then there might be a problem, because we've been seeing Ezreal come back in a little bit more. Like we mentioned, Triforce was buffed up, so there are some Ezreal players toying with that item, and then of course things like Conquer as well. You stack up a lot of extra AD. The damage can be quite absurd, but for now, IG hovering over the RE. We could see something very, very, 2v2 heavy from the get-go, but LGD did snap with that Felios first pick, and that's definitely something that we have seen a whole bunch, as I anticipate this Milio would certainly be locked in by IG.
Another one of those 100%ers, right? Like, Ari sits on that board too. We're hitting the trend from yesterday. Remember things like Jace, though, Jamana, I brought up, as Milio is just giving a bit of time for this team, it seems. Jace is left open, and that was such high priority in the ban phase yesterday. I wonder if we get it here before we get to the second phase itself.
Yeah, right. Jace plus jungler could be pretty good here. Jin Zhao, I imagine, would have a whole bunch of supports that he is willing to play into the bottom side. Annie as well, oh my goodness, still up and available. So that should almost certainly get snapped up, even ahead of the Jace. If I was LGD, I would even consider just locking in both, right? Having the flexibility of Annie being able to go mid plus support and Jace top plus mid. You could have a lot of flex going on, but they go towards the Nautilus. A very interesting choice here for LGD, just considering that typically it feels like Milio does pretty okay into a lot of the engaged supports, right? The Q, the knockback slash stun, very powerful inside of the lane matchup itself. We'll see how LGD and how Jinjiao and Envy actually pilot that 2v2. For now, are toying with the idea of potentially with the Twitch. I've seen loads of wacky combinations here of the Milio. The Rengar was left up, and Tianchen is gonna lock it in.
I mean, I didn't want to mention it until we got to the point of hovering over the bad boy, but this is his OTP. Remember, I told you in LDL, this just banned out 90 to 95% of the game's health, probably all of them, if I wasn't so sure. But now we get to see it in his debut of LPL. We go to his one-trick pony. He can play a lot more, but this is where he excels at Yamato. So walk me through, what the hell do you start banning to make sure that this Rengar, this kitty, stays down?
Oh, I mean, goodness me, I'm not even too sure, to be honest with you. If I'm LGD at this point, I think anything that can provide maybe ranged engage, right? Something like the Ornn takeaway. Even though WiseCam potentially wouldn't necessarily lean on the tanks, right? I think you want those kind of things gone. Other die facilitate as well. Gwen, pretty good shout out at the same time. So I think anything that can kind of just enable Rengar to go in a little more freely at this point would definitely go the distance. But WiseCam's champion pool is kind of the opposite of what that does. So I think LGD are maybe in a bit of a pinch here in terms of what they're looking to remove away. I think for IG, it's a little more simple, right? Anything that could go into the top and the jungle roles, the Gragas fits that bill perfectly. And at this point, I think they just remove away another jungler, or they're actually going towards this Fiora. So they don't want fairness on something that can, at the very least, sometimes match a lot of the bruiser champions that WiseCam plays. So just looking for comfortability there.
Because fairness is like that, right? You know, Renekton, Fiora, I feel like he has some bruises mixed in with a couple of carries up in the top side too. So that's what makes this matchup more interesting. Now that the Rengar's partnered beside it, it heightens the pot just that little bit more. We have 3 top lane bans. Now the Jinx thrown in because remember, IG don't have a bottom laner. Yamato, my biggest question is, do they look for AD here? Do they get that top laner nice and early? Because Arn was looking at the Twitch before with Emilio, but is that the best option?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of picks up and available. That Kog'Maw hover as well, particularly scary. Kog'Maw with the W up and the campfire from this Milio gives him so much range, but you saw they were hovering between the Xayah. I think the Xayah obviously gives you a lot more safety into the engage potential of the Annie and the Nautilus, so Arn is just going to lean on that one, and it makes sense. The 2v2 will still be very, very strong. The DPS is going to be quite high, and of course Milio amps the damage of a lot of champions into the later stage, and of course once you hit that 2.5, 3 iron mark for that Xayah, you're going to be pumping out damage as Graves is going to get locked in here for Meteor. This is a pick we were talking about earlier, just because some of the lethality items getting changed means that Graves has a couple of interesting item choices that he can walk towards as well.
Remember that true grid as he stacks it up against Rengar. Things are going to get a little bit tougher as well, so I'm curious to watch that matchup play out. As today is even more interesting than yesterday. We don't have the Nico on board, but we have warmed ourselves up massively as LGD are going to round this out with a bit of engaged Yamato, all in here with double AD on the side. Now I'm wondering, how do IG match that warm hug on the side when they have a lot of all in themselves? What do we get in the top lane?
Yeah, I'm actually really curious about what WiseCam's going to play towards here. Hovering over the Sylas, and I mean, there's plenty of strong ultimates to steal away here, and he's going to do just that. So it's Sylas top, yeah. Here into this Malphite, of course, I think it goes without saying, the lane matchup, pretty simple. Just don't grief, don't get poked out. Once you hit level 6, you're just going to have so much all-in potential from being able to steal away that Malphite ultimate. And then at that point as well, once you move towards the mid-game, you should be looking sweet. But I think generally for IG, it's a little bit all over the place, but I'm digging what they're putting down. I think for LGD, it's a little more simple, right? You've got the front-to-back tools, you've got engage options. It's just about picking the fights and making sure that you're keeping your backline alive from this Rengar and the Ahri threat.
Okay, keeping the backline alive, I like that, especially when you don't have an enchanter strictly here for Envy's debut. Folks, this is what you wanted. You're seeing a mid-tier or middle-of-the-pack game as my wall falls down apart behind me. If we didn't hear that, we don't have to worry about that because the wall stays up for these players. IG versus LGD is a mid-tier match because both these teams need to do better than last split. Both of them need to crush this split and get at least into playoffs, especially when you import players like Envy, right? From playoff team, from LSB. When IG are bringing up legends of the LDL, an LDL domestic champion as well, and an MSI champion into the fold. They've got more domestic talent here, but will it be enough for IG? There's a lot of questions that need answering as we head into day 2 of the LPL, into IG versus LGD. The Rengar debut, we got Graves, we got Milio again, we got a Silas top. I think we have everything we need to get underway for the banger that this game is gonna be.
Almost certainly, and I think with so much explosive and, you know, snap potential from one side and of LGD, and then from IG, so much burst damage maybe from the Rengar, the Silas. We are in for a bit of a gladiator battle, my friend. I think it could end up being a bit of a bloodbath today.
I hope so, Jamada, as we finally get in to Summoner's Rift. My screen's black. I don't know how you're going, man. But all I get
as well.
I'm getting Shadow crushing his hand on my screen instead. Okay, that's cool. The audience can see what's going on, but instead, we look at game 2 for some reason. That's okay. You guys aren't seeing it. You're probably like, dude, what in the Zaza is going on?
Yeah, I don't have feed on my feed right now. Hopefully we can get that fixed on our end. I'm pretty sure that the game is going on the stream, Jake, which is the, the weirdest part about it. Here we are.
We're fixed.
Okay.
All right, a bit of a production issue. And look, we're here. You guys didn't experience that. You probably think we're doing something wrong.
We're hearing the voices.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
Okay. All right. So, Jamada, run me through again. You said there's a lot of backline access here for IG that they have that they need to, I guess, complete. So it's about killing Envy, right? Killing Meteor, these double AD carries that are going to scale out of their mind.
Yes, absolutely. And I think YSKM is going to be pretty critical to that because he's going to be the one that will be able to steal away the engage ultimates of Malphite plus the Nautilus. Because generally, without those, IG are a little bit stricken for, you know, tools, right? So long as LGD stay in formation, right? Envy and Meteor stay behind the Malphite and the Nautilus, it might be a little bit tricky to consistently find access to those targets. So I think for IG, waiting till level 6 definitely going to be crucial. If they can find opportunities to make plays happen early on, then certainly go for them. But I think when you're working with, you know, a Rengar that realistically wants Thrill of the Hunt, right, wants the ultimate until to actually start to make plays on the map, and generally the lack of proactive CC on the bottom side, I think that IG will look to try and farm this one out for the first couple of minutes and then try and let LGD break apart some of these lanes, but just turtle for now.
And look, again, that'll be important, especially when you talk about what YSKM can do. Already in the matchup, Beard is holding strong as you'd expect here from the early game Malphite. And, you know, seeing YSKM go top with Silas shows you exactly what this guy's about. Carry top lane, it doesn't matter that we don't get the Jax, the Camille. We got something out of him that at that level 6 point, further to your point, will be massive. I'm kind of excited to see how they sync up or the approach they put to these lanes. Because Jamada, we talked a lot about IG being about YSKM, right? Trying to facilitate it. Tianjin's coming into a team where he has this dynamic as a Rengar, but they've got such explosive laners, as you can already see down in the bottom lane too, that, oh, great route, is something that Tianjin can play towards, might have a bit of flexibility because of it as well.
Yeah, certainly, right? The roster moves make sense when you've got these strong side laners as Rengar in 1,731 days, 2018. Wow.
Clid, when Clid was on JDG, that was a lifetime ago, 5 years. Holy crap! That was before LPL 1 World.
I wasn't even in esports when Clid last played Rengar. That goes to show. But yeah, I think the roster moves at IG just make a whole bunch of sense, right? Whilst I think that Dove and Gideon in Spring definitely provided their own, you know, individual flair, it felt like to me that, especially in the early stages of the split, that YSKM wasn't always getting necessarily the support from the rest of the map that perhaps in 1v1s he would have liked. And Arn and Wink, sometimes, yes, volatile, but I think because Dove and Gideon were often playing their own 2v2, it didn't always lead into side lane leads, which I think in, you know, throughout a lot of this year has been the meta and has been key to a lot of successful teams. Speaking of side lane success, if LGD can put the Silas behind a little bit, it'll feel quite nice, but seems like Meteor isn't going to be able to get this gank off.
Yeah, they need that flash, and then even then YSKM abscond abduct, plus Tianjin is up towards the top side. Not able to pull off the gank, and nor does he show himself either as the control ward helps out, as Jin Zhao and Wink are just going to battle it out. The portal combat this early as Wink is holding the wave and doing a pretty good job, but Envy's coming through. However, on a ward, won't be able to follow through Wink is still going to be a brother, like everyone wished their support was.
Ah, man.
The wave, it does crash, unfortunately, Jamada, but at least Arn doesn't miss a bit.
Yeah, it's just rough because I think LGD were trying to like see maybe if Wink would overextend just a touch, but they're all on the ward, and now even MB's base is going to be stopped. Ghost will be popped.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, MB delayed recalls there, Jamada. That is a win for IG's 2v2 that was already doing pretty well.
Yeah, and we should actually track what Tianjin is going to look to do as well, because he's cleared his top side camps. Bottom side camps are respawning up, and this is a wave that can now stack. A reset coming out from Wink means that he can return to the river with wards. This could be an early dragon setup in around the 30 seconds, maybe to a minute's time, but LGD looking to try and take a little bit of proactive movement here with Jin Jiao getting the reset earlier than Wink. He's actually already here in the river looking for a play towards the mid lane onto Cryan.
Cryan has flash, has ulti available, but Haichao gets the stun. There's the flash. Dredge line perfectly done. First blood to LGD for the split, and it was a beauty.
Yep. Easy as you like, and now LGD can actually take control of the river if they so want. Look towards an early dragon, or even stop this stacking wave from feeling as bad, right? Try and prevent maybe even a dive from occurring as Tianjin off his bottom side camps in the river right now, looking to just hover. It seems like this dragon is still going to be started up here by IG. I think with the mana of Haichao being so low and having to reset, this still looks like it'll be an IG dragon for little cost. We'll see. Oh, LGD, Mio's just going to take a reset, so this will still be the dragon for IG despite the first blood going over to LGD.
Yeah, really nice. So again, the built-up bottom lane for IG gives them a lot of influence, and first dragon taken away when Jamada, you talked about IG kind of pulling tempo at level 6 and starting to run the map a bit. They are going to have themselves a little bit of extra tempo because of that too. Tianjin getting close to 6. Bottom lane approaching that as well. And you can see YSCam and Cryan have now hit that point too. So let's see what happens towards this Herald, because Jamada, like we saw it at MSI, we've seen it throughout the LPL split. At Heralds, we fight. But no one says no to that.
Absolutely not. YSCam's going to have to hold on to his ultimate. Once he sees that a scuffle is going to go on, then you steal it away, right? Don't let it time out. Don't let it be on cooldown for that 8-minute mark. You'll see he will definitely hold on to that. But I agree. I think for IG as well, level 6 is coming in. So important. They need to try and set down a little bit of preemptive vision, right? Rengar ultimate, of course, can give you vision of champions nearby. So that can give you information if you're looking to stop a play towards the river. But you always want to try and work with as much early information as possible. So take a look towards Cryan, take a look towards YSKM, see if they can get some lane shove in. And also on the bottom side, if Wink can also get an earlier roam up towards that Rift Herald than Jin Jiao.
So what is the methodology here for LGD then? Because we have ults up for them as well. You know, MB should be approaching 6-2. Not sure about that Nautilus, but YSCam, as he picks up the ulti with 15 seconds for Herald to spawn. I want to know, Jamada, what LGD have to do here with lanes getting shoved in and LGD kind of playing defensive.
Yeah, I think the problem is because they had 2 big side lane waves crash. If IG were looking to take this Herald on cooldown as it spawns up, then it would have been a bit of an issue, but seems like Tianjin needed a reset, had a lot of standing gold in his back pocket. It looked like a play was about to happen for LGD, so now this is maybe a window as the waves look to potentially bounce back. Specifically from the bottom side, I think top side up here, YSChem is likely to just maintain priority, right? You can see the trades are always going to look quite positive up here. I think for LGD, they're always likely going to be second to the punch, but when you've got the engage tools, it doesn't matter so much as long as you can keep Meteor, or if MB shows up to the fight alive, you're good. Just making the first punch happen, even if you're second to the move.
We just have to see though, because again, that hijack timer is getting close to running out. Half the cooldown used already as YSCam continues to push in the wave. You can see topside against Venus wants to get that full trade. He's holding on to that unstoppable force as Meteor is now in the bot lane. Drake line, max range somehow hits the cozy campfire. Not warm enough with the hugs either. Arn not holding the ulti until now onto Envy. The pullback isn't there. He's already out of range. He held that trigger for a while, Jamada. He had to pop the ghost as well, which is a big win for LGD.
Yeah, quite surprised. I feel like if Arn just drops the ultimate sooner, maybe it just throws off LGD. He keeps his health bar a little bit more. I think the reset is likely still going to come out after this wave anyway, but with the play being made first by LGD and getting the wave in, they'll be able to reset first. They'll be able to make it to the top side of the map if they want this Herald. And I think also YSKM's ultimate timer should have just fizzled, right? He shouldn't have the Malphite ult anymore.
Yep.
And now this is a good window for LGD to actually contest. IG really wanted to try and take down this Herald in the first, minute, 2 minutes of its life. But I think now the fact that LGD had the time to go down towards the bottom side and make that play, and the fact that Cryan, I mean, he's maintained mid lane priority, but he's not been able to do anything with it because it seems like IG didn't really have their finger on the Herald button.
I think as well, LGD got to be rewarded or at least applauded for patient play. You know, just kind of pulling the right moment. Meteor has been pretty great at jungling this game so far and just being there where he needs to be. And now you can see Tianjin's like, red, where red buff? Where jungler? Where blood? So where are they? Not there. Wink spotted out. Tianjin drops a ward. Where buff? Where camp? And Meteor's like, okay, I'll take the Herald. He'll clear the top side, and LGD continue to chill. Or do they?
Yeah, I mean, they saw him taking this Raptor camp, and pretty big collapse. I mean, he's got the empowered W. Okay.
Just a flash away. Jin Zhao has his own flash, but he won't follow up. At least, what you can say about this Yamada is at least it might give Arn another turret plating, might deny some minions here with his pressure down bot.
Yeah. All minions will be lost here by Envy, and like you mentioned, the plate solo as well goes over to Arn. A lot of the time, the bottom side plates tend to be split, but Arn getting that 175 gold, so just enjoying a little bit further ahead. Gotta say, Tianjin, pretty lucky to walk out that one of his life and only losing the flash.
Yeah.
But hey, he got the Raptor camp, right? That's a win in my book.
True. I mean, look, you got to take it where you can. As Tip is going to be launched out. Hai Chao just getting a good trade. Crying, not hitting many charms as we've seen so far his debut on IG. He won't be able to push for that plate either. Meanwhile, Meteor's like, hey, let's get this Aphelios in prime position. And Mr. Jabata, that is plating for the taking to put Envy back in a favorable position in this game. There's I'm going to pause because mid lane, meanwhile, Tianjin just stopping Tippers at his track. But yep, there you go. Camera's back down where it should be, where Envy has now picked up some plate gold of his own.
Yeah, all right. Envy just making up for a little bit of that wave lost whilst that play was going on in the jungle. They will look towards the second dragon, and I think just given where the wave is on the bottom side, it's going to be a little bit tough. Tianjin is here. We've figured the hunt, so he's going to have vision. Would he go for the 50-50 though?
Wants to leap, but onto who? He's interrupted! Jin Zhao massive, but the soccer ball's kicked as now. It's a Wombo. Phoenix not able to get the 80 carry because IG have turned onto the back of the pit. Meteor next on the menu, boys. Flying through Tianjin's ringer. Gets the stun, doesn't die! That might be why you have to ban it as his debut comes in clutch, but more so. IG's team fighting returns to what we remember.
Yeah, IG 4 kills. Sure, they lose the dragon. It was a great interrupt from Jin Zhao, but losing that many members and giving over gold, 2 kills over to YSKM. I think a kill went into the pocket of Arn, I want to say, as we get a replay. Great dredge line here to stop the leap. He had vision close enough. Crying on the backside gets so much AoE. That Inferno moment was pretty big from the side of Envy, but you can just see the AoE starts to come out. And again, you know, the skirmishing power of Ahri, of Silas, it's just a little bit too much at this minute in time for LGD to deal with, and they just get run over by it. And I think other important thing to mention that we didn't bring up, Jake, is, of course, teleports. The Unleashed teleport meant that YSKM was here for this fight. You're going to see this a lot more. Top laners will be present for second dragons a lot because it unlocks at 10 minutes now.
It's so much nicer. Screw the 14-minute mark, man. I mean, that was just rough. But all I can say, Jamada, is, you know, YSKM, not just with the TP, with the fight, is he needs to trade up in this top lane. YSKM, you should know me. We talked so much about him last split, but in that last fight, you should kiss me because he pretty much won the fight for IG. And now 2-0, he's got Everfrost, he's picked up Mythic alongside his jungler Tianjin, alongside Cryan. So it's double Everfrost with a Storm Razor first, of course, from not only 180 carry, but 2. We are getting those 1 items, but I'm talking about IG because they are the ones with a bit of a gold lead here at the 14-minute mark.
Gold lead, but you just have to imagine that their champions are a lot stronger at this 1 item mark.
Fine. Oh, still fighting for it. Okay, Smite does go down, but getting launched on Everfrost used. Tianjin heals it back up, though. Still launching out. Using Tip as a scapegoat as Cryan almost kills Hai Chao at the max range. Wick comes through with yet another cozy campfire, trying to build on some of the range, but it's just Tianjin who's forcing LGD out. Now IG are starting to build up the pace a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the 1 item spike of so many of these champions just enables their skirmishing ability so much more, right? Through the hunt has been popped, full stacks as well for Tianjin. He wants Envy.
Here we go. Launching in onto Envy, heals up with the Severin, but it's not going to be enough. Cryan gets a kill credit while under turret. 4 versus 1 ain't fair for the Nautilus. And IG hit him hard again. Bottom lane dead. Turret now dropping to first turret blood. And all of a sudden you look at the skill, the kill board, excuse me. It's a 4K gold lead at 14 minutes.
Yeah, this feels great for IG, and this is also the kind of point in the game where a Rengar can really start to tear apart the map when it starts to open up a little bit, right? When you get windows like that where you can just use your ultimate on a side lane uncontested just because of the way that you start to take over the map with the priority, it feels great off the back of that invade. This play comes in. Envy does have flash, but I feel like more times than not, he's likely going to die. I think the Empowered Bowler actually missed from Tianjin as well, but it doesn't matter because he just deals that much damage alongside Cryan to the Aphelios this early on, and Jin Jiao tries his best, but unfortunately in a 4v1 is never going to walk out of that one alive.
And look, now who's benefiting off it as well? It's a 2-0 Xayah with a bounty. It's an Ari now from Cryan with a bounty. YSCam already picked up one before. There's a lot of big heads right now on Invictus Gaming in this game number 1. And we talked a lot about what LGD could do, right? We talked about that backline surviving Jamada, about just cruising out, waiting for the Graves, who's now also got Stormrazor, by the way, waiting for this Aphelios to hit those item power points as well. But with the way the game's going, it might be over in the next 10-15 if this speed continues, with Tianjin starting to run the map, with LGD not finding any picks in the mystery brush like they threw out, or were trying to, with YSCam now starting to dominate the sideline as well. As maybe I spoke too soon. There's a depth charge onto the support wing, not surviving out. He brought the breath of life in, but it's over before you know it. YSCam flew in once again, gets his 3rd kill, but he's not dying. No one can kill him as Envy flashes away from the charm. Beautiful in the backline, while Arn is free hitting, but not without a health bar. Disadvantage. Haichao almost dying, giving a reset. Golden is crying. IG under turret, just not caring. The route back in is the danger. Fearness flashes away from it as Envy chasing up. A good route in the end to stop the follow-up. It's a bloody one. IG only win it with the skin of their teeth in the end. As what? Wait, what? Tianjin, you crazy man! Flash away and flash it again! You should know me once more! The summer starts just like the spring. His name is going to be remembered yet again.
A martyr for the play, but it works out. 2 extra kills on top of the skirmish plus the tier 1. You'll take it if you're IG. The start of it was definitely a little bit sketchy because they lose Wink so early on. It's a great engage from Jin Jiao. Hex flash over the wall, too much CC and burst damage. The collateral damage from downtown as well really helped seal the deal, but as soon as that Malphite ultimate comes in from YSKM, locks up 2 members, sends one into stopwatch. Cryan also collapses with Tianjin. It's too much damage in a front-to-back situation where the AD carries of LGD are just not online yet. They can't deal the damage, but this is where the overextension comes in, and IG starts to get punished.
All I can say about the end of this play, Jamada, is YSCam, bit of a psychopath. Tianjin, let's be real.
Tianjin as well, man.
He fits the team environment.
Oh yeah, he certainly does. I'm down for this combo already, and we're only about 16 or 17 minutes in. Off the back of the play, LGD will still get this Herald. So whilst this is not necessarily the most valuable in terms of being able to pick up the plates, if they can, make it to a side lane like this, get 2 charges, right? This feels okay if you trade it for a dragon at this stage in the game.
True, and gold might shrink a little bit as well. Despite that last play, despite it looking IG favored at least towards the end, you got to remember that gold isn't as favored towards Invictus Gaming as it might seem to you viewers at home. The bounties have also been taken off Jamada, big shutdowns going across the board. And let's just remember, as you said, with that turret going down, we're now under 4,000. Cryan's not able to get a trade through here. Mid is getting pushed out as well. So we are stabilizing a bit for LGD. And it's important to remember that we are approaching 2 items for this Graves, who's now got a Zeal as well. We're approaching 2 items with the BF Sword in hand for NV2. We are getting to a point where these ADs are going to be strong and able to match some of the pressure that IG have been exerting.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, for the next minute, right, there's not going to be an objective on the map, so you could expect to see a little bit of slow down time here. The Baron will spawn up, but I don't really anticipate that either team is looking to, burn that one down on spawn. And they will just see Meteor base on the back of that ward, but won't be able to stop it entirely. So I think for IG now, this is where you just look to suffocate out the map. I think you've still got that tier 1 on the top side to look towards, so just hover over to that and you're going to immediately see, catch that mid lane, wave up high, rotate over to the side lane. Haichao's here to defend, but I have a feeling if he sticks around, Jake, he's not going to be here to defend it for very long.
But it isn't Annie. The stun has been used. Tibbetts comes out, but no stun, just to add the pressure in as Meteor jumps in for the play too. Tibbetts is going to meet the grave. Again, that bear will revive, ladies and gentlemen. There's no such thing as death here for Annie's favorite pet. But remember that for LGD, as they come up to this top side, mid getting pushed in, bot looks like might be slow pushing. I'm not too sure about that, Jamada, but I need to keep my eyes top side, apparently, because they are still threatening.
Yeah, and Tianjin's popped the ultimate. That's a Nautilus ult stolen as well from YSKM. They're on the hunt. Malphite's behind everyone, though. So is Envy, actually. Envy's isolated. They did see him from the vision, I think. Yeah.
Baron fight? Tianjin's ulti? No.
Tianjin's out of art.
It's LPL. We don't, dude. Baron spawns.
My bad.
A big fight top. Baron taken. That is the progression.
Yeah. Every time Baron's on the map, it's like £1 scrap. Did you ever have that? Like in Australia? You guys in school like toss a, I don't know if you have like $1 coins or anything like that.
We do.
Toss them on the floor, everyone just fist fight for them.
We don't live in anarchy. I mean, but do we have $1 coins? No, man. Australia didn't have the money to print them.
But point is that £1 coin or that $1 coin, Jake, that's the Baron for the LPL teams, right? And when you're like 10 or 11 and you barely get an allowance, that Baron means everything. You scrap for that, that's what it's all about. For now though, IG, they're not gonna take the scrap at all. They're just gonna look for a couple of resets, and this will give LGD a window to just sneak in, get a little bit of vision down, and I mean, I don't want to say start up the Baron, but certainly with double AD carry, once they hit the 2 iron marks on both Meteor and Envy, a burst down is definitely very, very viable.
Okay. Well, it's good to know. But just remember that Arn is actually ahead by almost a full item here. So 3 items are coming up red hot pretty quick. And remember, it was an Ardent rush here for Wink too. So that cozy campfire along range is also going to give him a nice little kick of attack speed too. Something to look forward to if we can watch Wink not get bursted out in the next fight like he was in the last. As they continue to push out mid, keep that priority going. YSKM and Crine playing the sides lane right now, Jamada. While IG move towards Baron again, start trying to clear out and making sure that LGD have to face check into this big bad kitty.
Oh, Tianjin alone.
Oh, he's the one that's face checking into them. Death charging flashes away. He goes into the ulti. They don't follow up now. He wants to turn it though. I don't think so. He'll jump to a ward, but that is the ulti down for a little bit of respite.
All right, not bad. Plus they get his flash, so it feels okay, right? You don't really overcommit anything for this. There's 2 ultimates which are on relatively low cooldown that Norlis will only have like 20 seconds left by the time the next dragon spawns up, but maybe this gives them, IG that is, the opportunity to start up the Baron. Definitely considering it as a, oh boy.
Oh, here we go.
Oh boy.
Klein launches in. Good Everfrost and Charm follow up. The root not there. Kicking a soccer ball yet again is Envy. Late to the party. Tianjin, remember, no ulti. He wants to launch into that brush though so he can get the range on the Jin Jiao, but flying over. Venus with a great ulti. However, an 80 carry already down, or rather a support of that. Everfrost and Root Sin, and Venus is slapped down as well. A 1 for 2, but IG don't have a jungler, so LGD know this Baron is safe for now.
There's that £1 scrap I was talking about. I mean, IG, they do trade 1 for 2, right? But the fact that they lose their jungler, like you call out, means that a Baron attempt is not really on the cards. They have to just wait for Tianjin to spawn back up and then look towards the dragon, almost certainly. For LGD, though, I think in that kind of circumstance, they definitely could have lost a lot more, considering how IG were postured for that play. I'm just holding my breath there, because if Envy steps up, no Flash Ghost, does have the Gale Force. You still imagine YSK probably close to one-shots him.
He can kill Meteor for
I
sure.
think he
Meteor's
can
running into
as
it.
well.
And the lockdown, the ulti used. Does he care about the rest of them? Everfrost flies through. Maybe he does. The Chain Lash won't get the kill either. Kingslayer flash. It was in animation.
Oh my
but Meteor
God.
survives and he takes the shutdown for the ambitious play.
All right, well, YSKM kind of dies for next to nothing, I guess, but it looked cool, and he almost killed Meteor, so you take it. Blew his stopwatch as well, so honestly gives over more resources to LGD than perhaps they should be getting in that kind of situation. Third dragon was picked up off screen. Yeah, I mean, it's fast, right? We said 2 items. That's kind of the rule of thumb when you have ADCs. They can burn it down quickly, but everyone is here from IG. They just need YSKM to spawn up, and he's only got about 14 seconds till he's back on the map.
So buying time, 5k, Tianjin gonna pop the ulti as well. Here we go. Poking down LGD, Dredgeline just out of range as Arn already playing amazing with reaction time. TP in the back of Tianjin, not getting in, it's taken by a Nautilus. Tianjin survives for now, jumping back in, but look at Meteor in the back end with Envy. The 80 carries are untouched in this Graves. Better have a cigar and his mouth, he flashes and in line, but Arn survives using the range. Oh my God! Milio, Zaya, and this fiery fox live to tell the tale.
That was so nasty from Crying On and Wink in a 3v4 effectively. As Tianjin goes in, he doesn't quite get the 50-50, but in the back of the pit, it was the 80 carries of LGD just opening up. But eventually, just the fact that they had the Cozy Campfire, the Ardent as well, you called it out earlier, but the Rush, it's so much more powerful on this patch because it has 10 extra on-hit damage on the completion. Starts off Crying, moving forward, the Dredge line as well. This connects onto Ardent, and this fight looks so different from the get-go. Teleport comes in on the backside. The pit, unfortunately, the Baron goes over, not to either jungler, but to Jin Jiao. And then it's just complete carnage and mayhem, but you can just see Arn, Crying, able to hit everything as LGD come outside of the pit. And once the Cozy Campfire comes back down, the healing, the on-hit, the flash charm is just excellent from Crying. It's so well played to dance in and out of all of this damage, setting up for Arn to just kill everyone else on the team.
And let me just say that Arn's reaction time to the Malphite ult, that wasn't the first time. Unstoppable Force used. He ults immediately. That guy, honestly, I'm not even sure we should check his fingers, because that is inhuman in reaction time. That is just some good sense. And Arn again showing us why we were so excited for his last split. He's not new to the LPL, but he's acting like he's a force to be reckoned with. As now with the charm over the wall again, Crying just setting up the pit. YSKM jumps in, he's got the unstoppable force, but has he gone too far? I think so. I think YSKM is getting a bit silency.
Yeah, he's having a happy game, Jake. He's having a happy game. He's just enjoying himself. He goes in. It's not the best, but I think he held on to the ult, so he can make it back out to the map. Oh my god!
Oh my god, just do it again. Who's really crying? As the Graves ulti comes through, Meteor jumps back in. Great Gale Force in, gets yet another shutdown. Remember this Graves, who was watching last fight, he does a lot of damage, and with 3 items with more gold in his pocket, I think we're going to have to start looking at how LGD defend this, Shibata, because still, it's only 4,000 in the lead for them. Just depends on this next dragon, I guess.
Yeah, next dragon going to be really important. The Ocean Soul, I think, will definitely put IG in a position where, I always talk about Ocean Soul when it comes to squishier compositions like this, where it's like, if you don't 100-0 champion, it's about that last tick, right? That immediate burst of 200, 300 HP. Starts off with this bowler here from Tianjin, really, really well played. Sets up for everything that follows. So much burst damage follows through onto Arn. Is it just Gale Force? Smack and then...
What is Gale Force?
Tower shot? No way. No.
Dude,
no.
It is true.
No, it's not just Gale Force. Don't... I'm looking at the replay again.
You said
it was a tower shot as well.
many
It was a tower
times
shot as well.
yesterday.
Okay. It was a tower shot as well. But you had me for a second because I have so much PTSD from Gale Force and the damage it can do sometimes. But yeah,
not the only
IG.
one with AD on at the moment.
God, it's not great. It's not great. But 30 seconds on this dragon, IG can and almost certainly will look to play towards that soul. LGD. I think, like you mentioned, because Meteor's in such a good spot, and they also still have a 3-item Aphelios, this isn't something that they will just give up for free by any means, but IG know, because the pressure is on LGD to go and, contest this dragon, they can play around with the other waves, right? They can look to actually take from the base. Even if LGD pick up this one dragon, it doesn't mean too much. We'll see what the decision is, because they're starting to just kind of wean off towards this dragon now.
That new Scrying Ward, given a bit of information as well. They know LGD are all but here. Venus has the teleport to come in with the ulti available, but hasn't pulled the trigger just yet as Hai Chao's angle could be huge. Watch it onto Arn, onto Crying, and be carrying the fight. They got Jin Jiao, everyone's good, but here's Hai Chao. Stun is down as well, onto Wink, but he hasn't finished the kill. Meanwhile, Jin Jiao getting tackled down by Crying. That gives the reset, while in the back line, a bit too far for YSKM, means Envy gets a kill as well. IG get themselves back onto the dragon, and just like that, Ocean Soul achieved. With LGD coming so close, yet feeling so far.
Yeah, and Crying again, dealing so much damage in that team fight, just by a margin a little bit more than Arn. I think on the backside, while she was covering the Hai Chao flank, it was also Tianjin. The Ocean Rift helping him out so much. Having that brush on the outside of the dragon, he assassinated Meteor amongst the chaos, and then also got on top of MB towards the end of the fight. Couldn't quite finish him off. Really, really well played from both sides, right? Hai Chao on the one flank, Tianjin on the other. But it's IG's flank, which is a little more potent by the end of it. You can see Meteor just removed from the equation pretty much. And at that point, it feels like there's no way that LGD are ever going to get to the dragon. You can see defended very well, Envy by his top lane, but IG scrapping and winning out on the rest of the fight.
Well, Envy does have 3 items worth mentioning that you can see the damage apparent in that last fight, but we need to talk a little bit more about Crying, who has kind of taken over. YSKM was the one who was a bit more psychotic earlier on. Now it's Crying with a Rabadon's death cap. I thought it was going to be like a vegan build, Jamada, but we have added about 2 kilograms of beef into the mix with Dumbledore's hat. And I have to say, you know, he's doing a lot of work here, now a lot of damage. Cryan has been the one to watch in some of these fights. Look at him now. He's waiting for Fearness. The angle big onto Tianjin. Who do they jump on? Aerofrost as well. Bowler strike doesn't connect. As IG looking for priority with Baron spawning yet again.
Yeah, Baron spawning. And you know, now both these teams are going to scrap over it. YSKM's on the bottom side of the map right now. He's going for a reset. I think he's got his Zhonya's finished up. That's going to be huge because now he's going to have to stasis. This Baron's being started up by LGD. It will be bursted down quite quickly, so IG have to make a decision quite fast.
Watch Tianjin. It's that thrill of the hunt yet again. Tianjin waiting to jump in. Into Baron. Doesn't get the steal though, but that's a 3-man knockup from YSKM. It's huge as Cryan. Straight to the back again. He knows where the party is. Arn will join him. A couple of pints are going to be sunk down after this game 1 because it is an absolute masterclass from IG's team fighting.
Man, IG have been on the ball, but again, it's just about Cryan so many times. Again and again, he's going to just find the backline for free. He's been crazy. He's been popping off, and I mean, has something to say about his previous RNG split. Clearly very angry and opening out his debut on this IG lineup with an absolute banger.
We have been waiting for a full year now. He didn't play at all in spring, but his return, his debut back, and Cryan, as you said, has got so much to tell us. IG with an explosive game number 1. We got the OTP on his Rengar. We got Cryan returning. We got everything you want out of this new Invictus Gaming lineup.
Yeah, that was a very, very fun game to watch. If you were rooting for IG, I'm sure. I mean, Gangsta Tianjin on that OTP, like you said, on the Rengar. It's fun, it's new. We don't get to see that pick very often. And not only that, it worked, no less, right? So many times you see picks like Rengar come out, these kind of very off-meta junglers, they don't do so well. Tianjin made plays work on the side lanes so many times, so disruptive on the backline, so much healing back in the midst of it all. And it just bought the space for Arn, but of course, Cryan, who was just taking over the team fights on the Ahri.
And I have to say, look, again, the lane wasn't very impactful. You and I were talking about it in game. Like, Haichao didn't really get bullied down past 6. We didn't see any interaction or much of between Tianjin and Cryan at all. We saw a lot of IG playing towards bot side, playing towards some of those skirmishes, you know, around, I'm not sure it was around 2nd Herald Jamada or maybe towards 2nd or 3rd Dragon, but we saw IG not win as hard through lanes as maybe we wanted to see, maybe we expected. We saw it come through from the grouping, from the skirmishes, from the team fights. That's when IG was showing their flair, and I have to say, it's again impressive. Like Arn, Cryan, even Wink on his Millia. There's a bit of a masterclass going on. And I feel like we're getting that IG that we saw at the start of Spring Split that we were pretty excited about, that I thought were going to make playoffs, that again I've said are going to make playoffs. We're getting a little bit of that flair once more.
Yeah, and you know, 1 game sample size, I will still remain hyped because, to be honest with you, IG were a fun team to watch in spring, and right now they're you know, from this 25-ish minute game, or I think it was more close to 30, that was some pretty cool stuff. So I think, to me, you know, keep it up, IG. We're gonna see how things will change in this game number 2, right? I wonder whether or not the Rengar is actually gonna get banned, right? Because I think from the sample size of games that I've seen now on 13-10, there's definitely a relatively consistent ban pool of champions, right? And I feel like if you end up giving, you know, way and giving over a Rengar ban, then you leave space for picks like the Seri to maybe slip through, like the Vi, like the Jace, which actually went untouched, I believe, in this draft, right? Wasn't banned, wasn't picked, very surprisingly enough. But yeah, LGD definitely do have a lot to think on. I feel like their general gameplay kind of let them down, right? I think this is a very easy to execute draft, but I think when the map starts to open up around that 14-minute mark, and you're getting picked off by Rengar on side lanes, and you're losing a lot off the back of these plays from IG, it gets very hard to then reform, right? Regroup, and actually play out consistent front-to-backs, where you've got the Malphite going in, and you've got Annie finding big elements, and then you've got, you know, Nornus kind of just playing bodyguard for the Aphelios. You never get to do that when, you know, your AD carries get assassinated by a Rengar, an Ahri, or a Sylas at the same time.
And I think as well, when you have a top laner, like you see this pick in Sylas, Jamada, like YSKM countered a lot of what this team could do. You have to worry about the Nautilus ult being sent back, the Malphite ult as well. You had a reliable source of engage in a team that, you know, doesn't have much engage, right? It has a lot of pick potential. So I think for YSCam, even though some of the fights fell apart, he was a big crucial factor into that threat that set IG up for finding some of the picks within the fights or even the start of the team fight itself.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, he had his happy moments, but I think YSKM still very much showing us that he's going to be willing to throw his body into the mix of plays. And I think that is, you know, fundamentally what made IG in spring. And it seems like with the additions of Tianzhen and Crying, who, you know, after seeing this game are clearly a duo that seem to work quite well together, at the very least with this pairing of champions, I'm excited to see what else they've been cooking up in the kitchen over the last couple of months whilst they've been on break.
Let's hope that there's something special coming into game number 2 for LGD, that is, as we take a little bit of a break. When we return, IG versus LGD are going to once again jump on the Rift, hopefully to give us something just as exciting as that.
来了，哦，行，别有压力，兄弟。啊，有你东北，我这位置还可以。好的。是。他们 AD，
我头泰坦很大吧
？AD 往东吧，AD 吧。
大树大吧？
先退走。OK 了，先退。我绕过来。看，飞哥。拉开，没到，慢点，拉开，拉呀。
哎，这把可以打。开 AD。挖他掉脚。
AD。赢了！慢点！看格文，保一下，没够，太保，看格文，泰坦没伤害的。
啊，把 AD。
是，举杯。哦，是，
举杯。
会上吗，朱了？哦，来一次。怎么这么难打呀？兄，这格文这个。啊，这打团你们别太冲，别给格文刷伤害。是，让 AD 输出就行了，我们限制他们后排输出。是的。
OK。小龙怎么说？好打吧。
好打，一定要打，会绕后溜手。
来干大家。
好了。慢点。别秒。慢点。看，拉，慢点。
我没。
位置很差，还行，慢一点。错，还慢点就。出来。我会出来。走。还行。啊，这慢点。啊，走吧。大树可以。大树上不去啊。他上不去的，他没闪好像。
还行，不亏的，还行的。
我装备真的换套。OK， 这边很好，这不。
打团注意格温 LE。
是的。
慢点。
这么赢了，真的慢慢打。对，慢打。别急，别乱冲。他们打不了。
无尽啊，这么可以打架的。
开打架。
别换。
我别换，没事。
挖 AD。
没关系。快点，挖 AD。我看了。AD。开 AD。没闪。开 AD。啊不。走。慢。
走，别背一波。
好。
被开了。
没事。没关系，接住，这一波短的是。啊。往前走了。我
一个人打一下。
啊，走。打。
大树。慢点。我杀了。
慢点。出来，小心走。
走吧。
闭了大龙怎么样？看大龙。
让他们去。
如果他们去，
他没打野的，他会拼。
他会抢吗？
技能抢一下。
哎，没打了。啊，我们直接让吗？可以。
我们来。
泰坦会好吗？慢慢走。泰坦会不会好？会好。再蹲人。慢点。我顶。
准备顶。
直接让吗？可以让。哎，慢点。赢了，慢点。AD 没闪，快！AD 没闪，慢点，还没。哎，好了，走，拉出来，没关系，可以的，
打探，
我看格文，看格文，一个，一秒，
可以打，
拉出，一波，我还憋了急，没事，慢点，集中，AD 没闪的，AD 没闪，
可以一波，
我有秒
，OK，
AD 没打，
我就自己小心，你自己小心，我们可以赢，
快一波，
自己小心，
下，慢点，退他，慢点，
先打，
白死兄弟！ 踢我一个。来。
Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? This story. This story. This story.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel. It is built through truth. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-ta-ta-ta.
Yeah, I mean, I waited 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL after what was a brilliant debut from Invictus Gaming. A 1-0 start here in our best of threes, as you all know the format by now. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Jamada, and sir, what I can say about IG is that they love a good fight. And I think they never backing down is a great way to describe their game one.
Yeah, they were just so willing. And, specifically YSKM, sometimes over the top. But I think actually, specifically, of course, it was all about crying in this game number one, right? So many team fights where he was able to just find the backline with charms or just generally get out so much AoE damage that nothing could really be done about it, it felt like. From the side of LGD, the double AE carries never got to deal their damage, and we never really got to see a massive, wombo combo with the Anti and the Malphite, and it just freed up Cryan so many times to just take over team fights.
I mean, again, it's just a beautiful debut from Cryan. You look at that man, and all you need to say is this. He was pissed he was left out of the spring split. And what a great return when we looked at him as a supportive player. Even you and I were like, oh, he's a supportive player. He's really good at setting up the rest of the map, dude. He was the player in that game. There was no supportive part about it.
Yeah, absolutely not. You said, oh, man, he might be going the vegan build, the Everfrost, the Banshees. Then he just slammed the death cap and was like, yeah, I'm the one dealing damage now. And I think once the map really started to open up, right, he had a pretty neutral early laning phase. He did get ganked once or twice, but beyond that, being able to pair up so many times with these backline divers, right, the Rengar, the Sylas, it really just enabled him so much to deal even more damage whilst setting up and buying room for his AD carry and Arn to also just do an amazing job. You know, you mentioned how many times he used his ultimate as well to dodge out on the Fearless ultimates, the Malphite ultimates too.
Yeah.
Some of that just coming off the back of Cryan, forcing out some of these skills just because putting LGD into a position where they have to snap engage back to try and, you know, clinch the fight back towards themselves.
And again, clean stuff coming through. Look, Jamada, I've heard from the big higher-ups that maybe the microphone is doing some crazy stuff. It's cooking a bit too much. So I'm going to need you to... I need you to cover to me, brother. Yeah, it's way too much, dude. And I literally just cooked a whole leg of lamb. And it's cooking more than that, bro. I'm taking the shirt off. I'm getting in technology mode, bro. Well, I'm not taking the full shirt off. I mean the jacket. I should have said the jacket.
Yeah.
So we're gonna try and cook a little bit here, brother.
It's fine. You fix the setup, and I will set up for game number 2, because I think we had a very interesting look, you know, champion-wise, specifically Gangxi Tianjin's, you know, old school OTP, like Hysterics was saying, it was banned out so often in the LDL that it was very close to 100% presence in his games over on the IG Academy side. So I do wonder whether or not LGD are going to think about actually removing this now, just so they don't have to deal with it, right? Rengar's not a champion that you will traditionally practice against, and it can be a curveball enough to a point where you just don't want to have to play with it. But of course, the trade-off then becomes, all right, are we going to then leave up something, unfortunately, like the Zeri, like the Lucian, like the Vi, these power picks, which have, you know, been very close to 100% presence in the bans, as opposed to even just being picked, right? So I think for them, they will need to just try and, you know, weigh this decision up. If they let the Rengar through again and keep the power picks banned, then they have to have a strategy prepped and ready to ensure that they can actually deal with that Rengar. I think, Jake, you're back?
I think I might be. How do we sound? Are we better? We worse?
You sound way better on my end.
Oh,
I don't know how you'll sound on stream, but we haven't had our producer Toki tell us that you sound like trash, so I'm going to give that a thumbs up. And we're going to get to pick some bands.
I'm not Laji. Let's go. Okay, Hajab Bujan. Let's freaking get into game number 2, because as we said, it's the Rengar on our minds, right? It's the Nico as well. That, by the way, was banned on blue side last time. LGD, are they going to ban that? Are they going to ban the Jace, which saw no priority last game? Like, what direction, Jamada?
As well. Annie, Jace. Yeah, Jace had no prior in the last game. Jace will be banned away here. You still have, obviously, the powerful AD carries up. The Rengar hover, because I think IG just know that it's really funny that it's still up. Annie is up and available. The Ari as well, still there. Maokai too, but it seems like we won't get the Rengar, unfortunately. It will be this Maokai. Now LGD don't have to, you know, sweat that there could be a big kitty cat on the hunt for them.
They're sweating this time around. Okay, let's just see though, because first pick is, as you already rightfully said, is away from that. But I want to see what supplements it, what supports it, right? That's the biggest thing right now, considering that we are looking at a meta of pretty straightforward competition in the mid lane. The Aries, the Syndras we've already talked about. Things like the Annie Jamada we saw last game from Hychel, but can still technically be a flex. Well, more so mid these days, right?
Yeah, it's been mid for a really long time. I think once the initial changes came through to Annie, right, it was definitely a flex. It was like, all right, it can go bot, it can go mid. A couple of passing changes, I think specifically toward the Molten Shield, was what really shifted it back towards being strictly a mid laner, and it's remained a very meta staple since then. And will be locked in for LGD. It still has the room for the flexibility. It's just not something we see often. So will IG just take the Ari side of the matchup again? It will give a lot of magic damage and also just merch red value to the side of LGD. I would like this Tristana to go through, not towards the bottom side, but for Cryan. I think just having the AD plus AP mid jungle makes so much sense, and they're gonna slam YSKM's Jax blind as well. I anticipate Fearless will go towards his Fiora, Jake, but they still have to think about the jungle as well for LGD.
But already another spicy draft from IG. We don't get the Rengar, but we get a Tristana and a bloody Jax. Like, the thing about YSKM that people need to know is this guy is a carry top player. We are in a meta where Triforce is seen as the holy trinity yet again. No pun intended, where Jax, Camille, Fiora, big picks. I'm glad you brought up Fearless's Fiora, because yeah, it is on the table. Do IG see it as a big enough threat that they need to ban it away, or do they start looking towards some of these junglers, Jamada, that have been left wide open?
I think because LGD have gone towards their support, they're going to feel a little bit more confident, I beg your pardon, in going towards Meteor's jungle pool here. Because if you're IG, you kind of already know that Fearless is probably going to have a pretty okay matchup ready. True. Maybe they feel it's worth to throw out a Malphite ban, because Malphite is something that can deal with Jax 1-to-1 very well, whilst also being very happy to play into double AD carry comps. And when you likely running the Tristana, I think that ban was a little bit telegraphed. LGD, however, want to remove away, you know, probably another powerful lane duo here from IG. They removed away the Lucian. I wouldn't be surprised if they also just take the Jinx off the table, right? Double hyper carry with a Jax and potentially 2 tanks doesn't really feel like something I would like to play against. I feel like LGD probably wouldn't want to play against it too. So I would anticipate they look to remove one more hyper carry. Oh, okay. This makes a little more sense as well. Xayah, just more because, you know, self-peeling tools. Jinx, you can at the very least pick on because she's immobile and doesn't have the same level of safety as the Xayah.
Wonder if there's no Xayah, if LGD have just opened themselves up for maybe one of the more standard junglers that we saw at MSI in Jamada. Fiora also the ban away, but LGD, now we have to see what they put as a priority.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Viego Graves is still up, right? And I think you can definitely play it as like a full lethality champ. It was very close to it. Kennen, okay, yeah, this would be pretty fine too. There's not a lot of disruption to stop the Kennen ult from, or to stop Fearness from finding big ults in a backline, so I like this. And we spoke about the Jinx. I think those are the choices for LGD, right? If you remove away the Xayah, then you remove away the innate safety that an AD carry can have. Jinx plus, you know, an Enchanter would probably be fine here. Varus as well, strong option and directly into that Aphelios, but it's just going to be the Braum and the Jinx, so a strong 2v2 in the bottom side, and LGD looking to round out, I would imagine, with a setup jungler, with a little bit of engage, and Wukong definitely fits that bill.
Braum versus Kennen versus Annie versus Aphelios. A lot of value coming through here from Wink in this game, and I just love that for IG, you know, we looked at them as the Draven aggressive bottom lane, but IG is showing already there's a bit more versatility thrown into that 2v2 this split. As drafts round out in Jamada, for LGD, are we looking at the all-in, the wombo? It just feels like an ulti setup that this team at 6 in skirmishes and team fights is going to become switched on.
Yeah, absolutely. You're just on the money, Jake. I think first Herald, second Dragon as well. If the first one's been taken super quick, I think so many powerful AoE ultimates available to LGD just means that is going to be their power point. I think the early laning phase could potentially be rough for a lot of the side of LGD, right? The bottom lane 2v2, a little bit harsh. I think the mid lane is one where Cryan should be able to get a fair amount of priority, just because Annie, I mean, you've got the auto attack range, right? But you can't really stop the auto shove. You don't necessarily have the level of wave clear, so I think mid jungle and bot are going to have a lot of freedom here on IG. With LGD just looking towards the top side, I think, in fairness, to try and break open the top side matchup a little bit first, and then you try and move that pressure down towards that first Herald spawner.
And at least give yourself an edge over YSKM. Last game, the lane wasn't too bad here for this Malphite and Fairness, but things have changed. We're on a lot more volatile streak in game number 2. And LGD need to fight their way back in their debut series of the split. Otherwise, IG with a 2-0, it'd be a very convincing start. And Jamada, you and I were talking in rehearsal. We're talking before and saying that if IG could split open LGD in convincing fashion, it would be a great sign for this split. It would be an insane start that would once again confirm that IG are this potential team that can make playoffs like we started to think in spring. But it does come down to this as, hang on, I just saw an assist on Fairness. Are we from the future? Is someone dying? Is someone at level 1 dying? I don't know. Maybe it was a glitch.
I think it was a glitch. Don't worry.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless Fairness gets an assist really soon, at which point we know shenanigans are afoot, I guess. Question mark.
Yeah. What happens here, maybe? I don't know. Well, let's just wait and see. LGD are grouping up. This could be dangerous. IG, maybe it was from the future. The Winter's Bite is there. Envy tagged up but not followed up. IG just dropped their way out, dropping a ward as Wink leaves, making sure he can get full information on that Gromp camp as well. And just getting a bit of an advantage. Now, Jamada, as we talked about, as Cryan's just going to get stunned up here, you mentioned IG with a bit of an advantage through mid, through bot, and how they can play these lanes.
Yeah, exactly. I think that Tristana should be able to get the first wave in now. This is a 1v1, which, yeah, Tianjin, it's a little bit hard to lose that, but both junglers will walk away level 1 because Meteor was able to get enough small chickens. You can see if Tianjin even got one more, he would have leveled up, but he doesn't feel too bad about it. He can go over to his own, wrap the camp and just level up. Also leashed a little bit of XP. Still didn't get to level 2. But either way, just sets Meteor a little bit further behind and sets him on a bit of an awkward first pathing where now he could potentially be locked into moving towards the top side, which is perfect for IG because the bottom side is where their strength lies in the early laning phase.
Yeah, true. Again, that's what we wanted to talk about, is how this top side could be a little bit more volatile. Fearness already pushing out YSKM. Jamada, look at the start of this lane. This is great for Fearness as he hits level 2 and continues to zone him away.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing, as I hope we get a little bit of downtime, with the minion changes to the side lanes, right? Obviously, the intended change is to kind of make it a little bit harder for mid laners, specifically Tarim, as this level 1 ward is going to actually catch out Meteor on his Gromp. So nice information gained by IG is that if you're in, you know, a shoving lane like this, it can be quite difficult to get out of it in the isolated 1v1. Find windows for good resets, especially once the teleport is down. So we'll see if Fearness can keep up this pressure, right? Because if he can chunk out YSKM, force out an early teleport, as long as Fearness can also reset himself at some point, he can keep YSKM in lane for so long, because the minions keep a lot of their movement speed as they make it back into lane when it's shoved up. YSKM doing his best to trade back. Another intended change here. The call for help from these minions. When YSKM trades underneath the tower, the enemy minions aren't hitting him, so that also helps out just a touch more in those 1v1 trades.
Well, speaking of trading, Crying going to do his own here onto High Chow. Good little burst damage to get him to half health, but Jamada, I mean, if you want to complain about something else, minions just suck under turret now. I hate it. You know, I've been playing a lot of top lane this year. This is the part where the caster makes the cast about them. just to learn the role, right? And it's been a while since I played it, but I came back on 13-10 after MSI, and man, I play a lot of lane bully champions where I shove in the lane, and you know, I just feel bad for the enemy laners, because like minions not actually helping in the trades is such a big deal. I mean, you even saw it there, right? When YSKM traded earlier on Fearness, that's an extra 100 HP he'd probably lose for making a trade like that happen. Doesn't happen like that anymore on this patch. As Tianjin, these are his chickens, man. These ain't Meteors. Gonna force him out of the top side jungle. Won't find Krugs as they were picked up earlier on, but pressure still felt. Unfortunately, won't be able to make this dive on Fearness work. I don't think. Maybe the second interrupts. Back comes through. Yeah. But does he teleport in? Surely. I mean, that's a big wave to miss. But you're right. I mean, Tianjin right now renting out a KFC, it seems. And Meteor losing a couple of camps, but still even as are down. What? Oh, the cameraman, you! Oh, wink at him, and they'll be dead.
Beauty still. Great stuff from Wink. And again, it's just denying Meteor a little bit more, right? IG's tracking of the enemy jungler has been sublime so far in this game. Number 1, they've pretty much had his number from start to finish. And not only was he denied basically 2 chicken camps in a row, he's now taken a loss in the Scuttle department, which is probably the biggest hit to a jungler's ego you could give him.
You got to give a bit of credit there for Wink, but also, I mean, credit we've been giving IG all series long. As I want to take a little bit of a stock of what's going on, despite the little steal there. Meteor is keeping up with CS, it seems, but he has been tracked through his early jungle. Kenjen obviously doing a good job to meet him there each and every time. Just need to pause. Fearness in a bit of trouble. YSKM getting some really good trades here. Even through the minion wave. That was like 1.5 minutes of a wave, Jabata. And he pops up and Fearness just gets bopped.
Yeah, really good time, because the minions do amp the damage of the Counter-Strike as well. So if Fearness stood in a wave like that, YSKM can actually just jump inside the wave and get a massive amount of burst damage out of the Counter-Strike. Now, level 6 is here for Fearness, so there's a lot of burst available, but I just don't think he's going to have lethal on either of these two. Tianjin just going to take a back foot. Doesn't want to take the 50-50 as he hasn't reset yet. It's been 6 minutes. He's got a lot of gold.
Yeah. Maybe thinking there's a little bit sus. Fearness sitting in the middle of the wave. Tianjin does make that reset happen, but we look back towards mid, because guess who's jumping all in again? Crying, doing some real good trades. He also hits the turret, by the way. I forgot that interaction existed where Satchel Charge, Satchel Charge, you know what I'm talking about, Jamada. As Tibbers comes out, High Chow, a trade of his own, actually gets the AoE onto turret. So Crying close getting that first plating in the mid lane in the meanwhile. High Chow just puts a little bit more damage into the wave here. And look, I feel like we're just chilling out a bit more than we were last game. Mr. Marta, we got ourselves 1:30 till the Herald. Dragon's sitting up there and chilling. I feel like we might have both objectives up at the same time to fight for.
Yeah, we definitely could do. Feels pretty good for LGD, all things considered, though, because we spoke about how it's level 6 where their skirmishing power really comes online, right? High Chow obviously has the Annie out on the field right now, or the Tibbers rather. On field right now. It does have a pretty short cooldown if it stays alive the entire duration, so it won't feel too bad. And Meteor has actually been put far enough behind to the point where I feel like it might take him a while to hit level 6 at this point, but still matching level with Tianjin right now. Smite's not available, however, for Tianjin. So this Scuttle, he's got to kind of wait out a bit. He's got 10 seconds left, but with the support of his bottom lane, he should be able to score that one. And again, Meteor is just denied more resources.
And again, Tianjin just kind of playing the Maokai. I feel like, as we were used to seeing from the WE jungler. I'm trying to think, Jamada, maybe I'll lose my train of thought here for the time being. His stun comes out, Meteor not being respected nearby, but he can't get the range onto Cryan, so he rocket jumps away. Cryan then just fishes the wave closer towards him. But this won't be able to get his first plate of the game. Remember, that Satchel Charge did a lot of damage, rather. Explosive Charge, Explosive Shot. They all sound so similar. It's now that we're getting more champions, more items into the game. Like, there are so many names for things, it's hard to keep up. It's like, again, complaining about being a caster is just such like a first world problem, you know?
It really is. You know, me and Joe yesterday were talking about like all of the AD item changes, of course, the component like paths in, having to relearn those sometimes, you know. He saw a new quiver, is like, oh yeah, you know, that champion's going into a mythic, and it's like, oh, actually, new quiver doesn't go into mythics anymore. It feels bad, man. Yeah.
Dude, I can't get over the, you know, the new Ornn changes, as hopefully we will see in an Ornn. Get to talk about Cry of the Shrieking City for the Echoes of Helia, which I think is a busted item. Yeah, well, it makes sense. Cry of the Shrieking City, Echoes of Helia. Helia is obviously a city, so it makes sense that the Ornn upgrade is called, you know, that's a banger name, but let's see if it ever comes up. First, we've got to see some Echoes of Helia. Did you guys see any Echoes of Helia yesterday? I don't remember seeing. I think we're still seeing
not off the top of my head. We did have Nami, but it was Mandate Rush, right? Because the item's so much cheaper, it deals so much more damage and gives so many more attack speed stats. Engage is coming in here on the top side.
Tianjin with the right ulti as well. There's a slicing maelstrom. Tianjin doesn't care. He smashes the ground and lets them know that YS Camp will be receiving the bounty. For the first blood for this Jack's top, as Cryan has the outie out of there. Haichao chasing after him. Cryan just at half HP, but an IG win in the top side is what IG fans know will do them well.
Yeah, that felt like a play that was going to happen for a while. He was eyeing it up a couple of minutes ago as well, Tianjin, but this time around, Finn is a little bit too far up the lane. Ultimate just locks him in place, and surprisingly, they won't be able to pick up this Herald after the fact. It's actually going to be LGD who rotate their bottom side up, and you can see, I think IG are actually halfway into rotation for this play, but recognize they'll be too far behind. So this isn't even really punished by LGD, or by IG rather. LGD are effectively kind of just getting this Herald for free. No Dragon is being picked up, no plates are being stolen away on the bottom side, and they're even going to keep their bottom laners in the top.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Guys,
hello?
Please.
Hello?
Nah.
Check. No, okay. Well, I'd be spewing. It's a new tactic. I'm sorry. Oh God, I'm sorry. I guess at that point they'll realize the Super Mega Death Rocket flies through. They'll realize that no one in the inventory has a Herald. Tianjin coming up to defend the top side. They're like, this would have been a lot easier with a Herald. In fact, they probably would have gotten close to getting first turret. But Jamada, it stays standing.
You know, this is my last day on the LPL for a little while. And this is the second time. This is the second time I've seen some shenanigans like this in the span of 24 hours. And you know, maybe it's a good thing I'm not here for the next couple of weeks. But I mean, look, for LGD, they still get the plates, right? They still get a fair amount of plates on the top side. Some CS is denied. But like, come on, guys. Come on. I mean, let's see what IG do in response now, right? Because realistically, LGD should have picked up an entire tower. The play kind of fizzles out a little bit sooner, and it's maybe giving IG a window, no? To set up in this river. Thought they would, but doesn't seem to be the case here.
So let's talk a little bit about setup for this Dragon then, because, you know, Wink now has ulti. We've got Arn's ulti off cooldown coming soon as well. Everyone's got everything up, it seems. And I'm kind of expecting an all-out brawl here, as no one's touched the Dragons now. Everyone moves back to waves. Cryan and Haichao battling it out, but Tibbers, what a rigged champion that is, as Cryan is now bullied out yet again. We'll see if that gives LGD any windows towards this objective that is waiting so eerily long to be taken. I mean, 12 minutes first Dragon, Jamada, it's ages. Oh,
yeah, it's quite a long ways away from where it's normally taken, right? 12 minutes in. But for LGD, I mean, They can fight whenever they want. I will say for IG, in the long run, this should technically benefit them, right? They're running double hyper carry ADCs. Jax is also, you know, kind of a hyper carry in his own strange, weird way. Are we getting a replay of them leaving the Herald? Did he? Okay. Did he think that he picked it up? This is key. This is crucial. He went for the plants and then just forgot. Okay. Well.
He wasn't looking anywhere else first. I mean, look, guys, there'll be people in chat laughing, but are we any better? Look at our ranks. Look at ourselves. Guys, I have found an achievement to get to Gold 2 the other day. That's how sad my League of Legends career is, okay? So I will give Meteor the benefit of the doubt. He was a national or a global ping pong champion as well. How many of us can say we've done that with League and ping pong? Yeah, he was actually. He was a professional ping pong player. I don't know how far he went, but I'm going to say Olympics, question mark? From what I remember, like 5 years ago, 4 years ago.
That's really cool.
It is cool.
That's a cool fact. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. He's forgiven. If he can play ping pong, he's probably a bro.
He's not really forgiven, though. Let's be real. But we just know we're not any better.
No. We're not. You know, we joked about that dragon. It did get taken down finally, so we're going to have a late soul, and that's what I was getting to. For IG, with all the scaling, they'll feel pretty happy about the fact that there won't be a soul on the map for so long, because realistically, you get to, you know, 2.5 through items on Cryan, on Arn, you feel great about that. Wisechem, it's just going to continue to try and bully out Fearless as best as he can. Staying even in CS in this matchup is a pretty good indicator that the Jax is going to remain on curve for the immediate future, and I think once he gets his Mythic online, it still looks like he's going towards the Divine Sunderer. No Triforce here in this game. Just being able to have that little bit extra amount of sustain will definitely go the distance in making sure those trades stay in your favor.
Which changes in competitive play as well, doesn't it? Like, I feel like what passes for solo queue and what items are, you know, OP might not always make their transition in, right? Divine Sunderer against a team that will build a bit of health as well. People like Nautilus, people like the Wukong too. Let's not forget that naturally the Kennen will have a bit as Dredgeline brings in Wing. He's by himself. He has to pop the ulti. How much trouble is he in? Is the question you're all asking at home. And the answer, not too much. As remember, there's no Dragon up. It was taken by IG a little bit before, so they're just fighting around the bottom side, looking for an advantage into the enemy jungle. They'll find none. They'll only find Wink's ulti in the end.
Yeah, only Wink's ult, and they'll back away. And I mean, realistically, I don't think they're going to find another engage opportunity like that for a little bit, just because of the pacing of this game. I think LGD really do want to try their best to blow open the game with a play. I think around the next Herald that spawns in a minute, if IG are looking to contest it, the first items are starting to come in very slowly but surely. Here for LGD, right, the Divine Thunder on the Wukong makes him a complete beast. Fearless as well. I wonder if... No, okay. I wonder if he's going to stay in the bush. Like, he felt like he was unseen, very close to being hit. But for Fearless as well, that rocket belt, I imagine, has to be pretty close to being completed. And Haichao's first item is the Luden's Echo, so that's up and available. So LGD, they're online and ready to team fight and skirmish. It's just about whether or not they're actually going to get the opportunity, and whether or not IG give it to them.
We have to see 2 minutes till that next dragon. It's been a slow one. Everyone's sitting at home, just chilling and waiting, because the last game was like 30, 40 kills or something. We popped off. But as we said and we talked about in draft, like, this is a lot of alt buttons, Jamada, a lot of all-in AoE, massive team fight from angles here from LGD. We also mentioned that IG, if those backline carries stay alive, they will pop. So we got to look for that damage coming out now with the one items you mentioned, especially since they're moving towards this topside Herald. Looking for the engage up here. IG aren't going to find it. Instead, they'll get Fearless's TP out. Actually, he used that towards the top side of the map, so he does himself a bit of priority top. But Jamada crying on Haichao. I just want to see someone die. I might sound like a bit of a psychopath, but I really need to see something happen because everyone's just posturing. No one's pulling the trigger.
Yeah, I think now that the Storm Razor's there for Cryan, also has the Merc Treads, the ability to actually space a little bit better if you get that first wall attack off, certainly there. So we might have your wishes answered very, very soon. But for now, again, both these teams just not really willing to pull the trigger on anything too aggressive for now. But again, finally this Herald which is spawning up, which is being toyed with by Tianjin. Time and time again, LGD, I think what LGD want right now is they want mid lane priority and they won't go into the river unless they have it. But IG with the Jinx, and the Rockets are able to take it so freely that it's just locking them there. And then because the waves are like coming in at the same time on the side lane, it means that YSKM and Fearness can never really rotate in properly. But here we go.
That's High Chow. YSKM might have to deal with both of them. High Chow's come on in. He hasn't been spotted on the TP. That was for the Herald. IG are playing it epically cautious, though, with YSKM getting backed off by Fearness. They're just giving this, but the problem is, Jamada, you already mentioned, it's not just wave clear, it's range and damage. They have 280 carries. Bot just died. Mid is now going to get shoved in as well. IG are probably getting a hell of a lot more gold than they should have from this.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And I think if IG were a little bit more decisive as well on the back end of this, to give up the Herald, shoving the wave, get a little more damage down into that tier 1, they could have maybe even taken it. Maybe I'm overstating. They kept all members there, but they will get this second dragon, right? And stacking up towards what looks like it's going to be a Cloud Soul will feel good, right? For a lot of these champions, the movement into LGD will feel all right.
Against the engage. Dangerous. Here's the Maokai ulti as well. Wink absorbs everything. There's a depth charge. High Chow's gone pretty deep. Excuse me, it's Fearness. He's bopped back under the turret. They used everything on Wink and now Envy going forward, but that's YSKM, baby. Jin Zhao launches in, but the only person getting launched in is this mid laner. Crying. He's in, then he's out, and he's free fallen. Following it up under the turret, and underneath, he'll survive too. Tibbers gets angry and tries to bop him for death. But when you use everything on a Brom, you better expect what's coming next.
It's a 1-for-5 clean, almost ace for IG. YSKM just goes a little bit too deep for High Chow on the end of it, but they don't care. They're going to pick up 2 towers as well on the back end, and this is all because LGD wanted to try and stop them from rotating in and commit for that tier 1 tower with the Rift Herald. Excellent fight from IG, and it's just an overextension from LGD, right? I think once Fearness gives over his life because he tries to commit the ultimate, you just need to sack your top laner here, right? The Maokai ultimate's already flown through. There's no more CC left up, but they want to help, and I think this overcommitment for 3-4 seconds to bring in YSKM, even though the stun only hits onto 1, I'm not gonna lie, the animation looks like it should have stunned all of them, to be fair.
Yeah.
As soon as he comes in, it's lights out, because then you start to get the resets going for Arn, for Cryin, and you can see how quickly the fight turns on its head in IG's favor.
This team is nuts. I mean, there's been certain moments, let's be real, that IG have been humbled a bit by LGD, but the majority has just been these team fights that are incredible. Cryin especially, now on yet another carry. It was Ari game 1. The Tristana here going into harm's way without any cares in the world. Just having a day of it, isn't he? As YSKM, whoa, trying to take out the family within the middle. High Chow just dies. Essentially a 1v4. YSKM does not care.
Man, YSKM has he's been in the hyperbolic time chamber, hasn't he? over the off season. 1 versus 4. Oh, I think he's also going towards the new Hullbreaker too, which is an item, which was efficiency buff over 1310. I don't think Tianjin is going to make anything stick here. Just a little bit of poke onto Fearness, and this is something that you can maybe expect from split pushing champions whenever they do come out of the locker, right? The Camille, the Fiora, the Jax will lean on the Hullbreaker a little bit more, a little bit of extra AD and some movement speed, crucially as well, given to the item. Does make it a little more desirable to a lot of these bruisers and that want to play on the side lane, then occasionally, you know, rotate over. That movement speed helps out so much.
And again, YSKM is now battering down people like Fearness. Going to be a lot of fun to watch because now got an item advantage. Despite being down CS, was able to pick up a bit of plating, I believe, and at least rather find himself a bit of pressure through the turret too to get the gold. In a favorable position, but let's be real, Jamada, if we're talking favorable position, it's Cryin, it's Arn. They're probably the majority of this 5,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. These double 80 carries, so far LGD haven't really been able to touch them, and I think we've got to give credit to the disruption. Tianjin and Wink have been this massive wall that LGD haven't been able to get back. Holy crap! Oh my god, now Meteor's like, oh, I can get in there, but Cyclone's on the other two. He's been caught out too. It's a depth charge, that's great though. Arn will dive at Cryin. Still free hitting. Meteor lucky to get away, but meanwhile, as they fly in, Cryin in a bit of trouble. Fearness takes him out. And finally, it's a win here for LGD as Wink runs into the fray. And a baller move from the mid laner, but it also cost IG so much.
Yeah, I think because IG tried to rotate over and cover, LGD cut them off at a crucial point, and now Tianjin is up with YSKM in a 2 versus 4, but Haijiao has teleport, so it'll be a 2v5 very soon. This should just be going over to LGD. almost no doubt. Wisecam doesn't want to give it up. I think he's the one calling over.
Okay.
He has flash. They can flip it, but I mean...
Tianchen. He has flash available. As you said, blast code is there. They all jump on over. Tianchen in the end will be dying here. They ain't taking any chances. We ain't getting any of those flippy barons we saw at MSI. It's a safety objective here for LGD. They claw up their gold. And IG's one wrong move is punished nicely by our red-sided team.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the solo kill because it's just Cryan finding a great angle. Gale Force as well for the final 300 HP. Yeah, and then Arn and Wink just looking for Meteor, then get re-engaged on double Cyclone. Double knock up for Arn. Just feels bad. And Wink, unfortunately, being held up by Jin Jiao, really well played by him to stop him from being killed for. Fearless with the teleport just executes Cryan because he was so low from the 1v1. And Wink has to commit his life. So IG trying to cover for that mid laner who, honestly, didn't really need the coverage. I think he was out. Cost them a Baron, and now the gold is also back to even. IG probably can't contest this third Dragon of the game. 5k gold lead thrown away here by IG. And LGD now fully back in it.
And the Dragon stacking as well, as you just mentioned. LGD not only just back in it, but we have to go back to what we know is true. Envy with his debut here today. In a great position all of a sudden. 2 items here on the Aphelios. Start to stack up himself. Venus as well in this Kennen that we'll start to forget about. Now's a Proto Belt and a Void stuff. So 2 items, 2 items, 2 items, 2 items. I'm looking across LGD's members and I'm seeing 2s. And especially with that Zonya's Hourglass. Hai Chao can start making some moves with flash available. Jamada, it's looking good here for LG. So walk me through what their next game plan is with this Baron.
Yeah, I think just trying to knock down some more towers, right? They haven't gotten a single one, so I can't even use the word more. They just need to knock down towers with the Baron. Plain and simple. We'll see how much wave clear IG can be afforded with, but I think with how powerful some of these carries are just standing in front of the tower, it should be enough for MB to just kind of be escorted around the map and take those standing bits of gold away. Cryan. Oh, Fearless death.
Oh, well, yes, he is. You'd expect it. There's the ulti into the wall. Separates Fairness. The range, the Gale Force. He rocket jumps and he gets it. But now he needs to reset and get out of there. Cryan has flash available, but he thinks he's dead as well. Meteor books on the head. And that 1-for-1 is now traded out as Tianchen even ultis through. Envy going to be blocked here by his support, but it enables IG to get the mid lane turret in the process.
Yeah, I mean, IG, you know, they trade 1-for-1 on the map and get a tower. It's still an uptrade, right? This is Baron time, so this feels quite poor for LGD. Not really gaining much from the Baron overall, right? They do claw themselves back into the game gold-wise, so it's all right. As I didn't quite see why Wink had to flash for a second as I was looking over at my second monitor. But of course, it was being collapsed on, so that's to summon the spell down. But for LGD, you know, the net positive is still there, right? They're up 200 gold from claiming the Baron, but not really gaining much in the grand scheme of things other than time. Will certainly feel bad considering IG are the ones with the double AD carries and a split pusher on the side.
True, and again, that whole break you already talked about, the longer those lanes, the more Wisecam can build up those waves in Jamada, the more that we can see this Jax take over as he approaches 6 as well. Side lanes versus team fighting. We've already seen some good ones here from LGD. We've seen some good punishes. And again, IG were the ones who drew away that 5k gold lead. This should have been their game too. It should have been a kind of a clean finisher, right? We talked about IG being a team that could hit playoff contentions this split, but it's moments like that that remind you why they didn't make it in spring, while this team who is still comprised of 3 out of the 5 members struggled to get it across the line against some of those greater teams. You can't make those mistakes against our top 8, our top 10. Because you won't get away with it, and you know, against LGD, we have to see if they're another team that won't let IG get away with this big blunder.
Yep, nail on the head. They have to be clinical against these teams who, you know, realistically have very similar aspirations to them, right? LGD started to positively trend throughout the back end of spring. I'm not saying that they're necessarily gonna, you know, make top 10 for sure in summer, but you know, you bring in an AD carry like Envy, it's pretty clear what the intentions are on your side, right? You're trying to build on what was a pretty positive back end of the split. For IG, you have to take down a team like this because these guys will be, you know, one of your direct competitors if you're thinking about IG being a team that, you know, bottom side can kind of finish maybe worst case 12th, best case maybe 8th, 7th, right? That will likely be the ceiling. You have to take down a team like
Yeah, there's no excuses, right? IG need to stand to the occasion, and in 1 minute 30, I feel like we're going to get a greater answer to that as well. We've got the Dragon coming up. One taken by LGD. They stopped the flow of this Cloud Soul, but IG still have a bit of power. The 3-item Tristan, the 3-item Jinx you can see there now as well. We already mentioned the Jax, who's fast approaching 3rd item, which looks like Wit's End as well, which makes sense with the double AP solo laners. I want to mention that we've got 3 items on NV2. So we do have the LDR there, Jamada. That is going to deal with a lot of this Maokai, maybe a lot of the Brom as well. Some of the tanky stats now having a bit of an option here for LGD to pass through.
Yeah, absolutely. Can cut through these frontliners. Needs the good guns too. At the moment, sat on the Chakrams and the Gravitums, wants to swap the white gun out. No doubt should be Infernum after that. And even though it's not like the highest DPS guns in the world as like a duo, you still have a lot of utility and AoE, right, between blue and purple. So we'll see whether or not he tries to get through those magazines, as Cryan, just being a nuisance on the side lane, is actually pulling a lot of priority up here. But with 20 seconds left until the Dragon spawns up, it shouldn't really cost LGD much at all. There's the Infernum swap over, so for Envy, he's got 1 or 2 choices. It looks like he's trying to empty out the Gravitum, and this could give him maybe Calibrum, I think? So Sniper plus blue, AoE and range, really, really strong combo as well.
While we're just talking about items, BT, just note that Tristana has 358 AD.
Oh, yeah,
thanks to 40 AD because he's almost level 18. Remember now, it doesn't give that shield as I might need to stop talking about that because, oh my god, Infernum splash damage is just hitting the mark. Wink has to stand in front as LGD are trying to run them down. The range from Arn is good here, but watch Cryan as well. With those draw beads, he's now getting to that point too, as LGD zoned out of the mid wave, want to walk towards Baron, but they're sitting on the edge of vision. JJ gets rooted in. The team's not here, but the jungler's now down. Before this Jax can get in, who's soloing the dragon, LGD might have found their window to get Baron again.
Yeah, that feels so bad. And now WiseChem is trying to salvage the situation and go towards the side lane, pick up the tier 2, because I think they know that they're going to lose the dragon, or the Baron rather, so they'll send Cryan on to the dragon instead, try and get this tier 2 and trade out as much immediate gold as they can. But that's a massive pick from LGD, who pick up the 2nd Baron of the game. And again, still a lot of towers standing on the map for them to pick up. So this time around, you hope, don't get picked off, don't have the tempo on the map broken up, and they should be able to pick up a lot of extra gold into the back pocket, specifically of Envy. But Fearness and Haichao as well has to be noted. I mean, actually, to tell a lie, Fearness just hit 3rd item, whereas Haichao still wants to make it to his.
But as you said, not much to be gained from IG. A single turret on the bottom side. That top turret was going to fall over from a gust of wind anyway, but Haichao now finally able to secure it. We're having a look at gold on the bottom of our screen, but someone is just toggling and annoying me. Keep it on gold. I want to see what's going on. I think they're showing us that Haichao was sitting on 2,500 gold. Yeah. He's now back. He's picked up his Void Staff too, so we are singing the praises of LGD at this point. This Baron looks so threatening, Jamada. I'm trying to clear it away, but the minion waves still pretty hard to deal with the threat of Nautilus, the threat of Fearness as well. That engage that LGD have been utilizing well. Even under turret, IG have to be careful where they stand.
Yeah, like the thing is for IG, even with the limited engage options they do have, they can't really, heedlessly go in, because LGD, their engage tool is very strong. They also work as peel tools, YSKM, finds a pick on the side potentially, and Xinjiao's dead in the mid lane, Jake. What's going on?
He's just decided that life was not worth living. Apparently, YSKM, as you said, on the sideline, played it out again in front of the whole team. Just when IG, you thought they were out and getting bullied around, they pull it back in.
My goodness me, YSKM as well. Wit's End completed, right? So he just feels so much more confident to walk into Haichao, even though he's got Void Star. Just can't deal as much damage as the Jax can in that kind of situation. And now again, right? Jake, we said LGD with Baron, they need to get stuff done, not have the map broken up. But it's been broken up again, now there's an engage.
Onto Arn and Cryan, it's good. They've got 180 carry. Meteor's done a great job of setting this up, but Fearness unable to find anything more, and Cryan still alive. YSKM on the back end decides that Envy is going to get a bonk on the head as well. Double inhibitor open up now as Meteor and Jinjiao threatening the low health Jax, but IG have done it again against this Baroned up team. They're threatening not only 1 inhib, but 2. They'll only walk out with 1. But Invictus Gaming finding the mark somehow, even after a great engage from Meteor.
Yeah, really great, but I think nice bit of discipline on the back end of this from IG. If this is IG and Spring, they go for that 2nd inhibitor, they could get teleported on by Haichao, and I think that's what they're counting on. What happened in the mid lane? It was just the clip of the Winter's Bite and then he knows he has to come.
Fair enough.
It looks worse than it is. It looks worse than it is. He was gonna get stunned up and likely die anyway, so just goes in and yeah, flash away from Hai Chao from the counter strike, but unfortunately, yeah, YSKM has a flash of his own and finds that solo kill on the sideline.
YSKM, that wit's end now finally complete as well. That side lane, speaking of, is a level 18 Jax you have to go up against. And Jamada, it's not the only one, right? Cryan now with 4 items, Stormrazor and Phantom Dancer. That is a mighty combo, but moreover, we all know the new Stormrazor is ridiculous, and we're about to see ridiculous in the flesh. Beardus goes golden, but how far can he survive? He's got the ulti available, but will he use it? YSKM responding to the teleporters, rest of LGD are coming topside. But look at bot. This little Tristana that could.
I know, right? Tristana pushing on the bottom side. I'm going to be honest. I'll take YSKM in a 2v1 here. I think he wins. I think he might.
Let's have a look with Hullbreaker as possible, right? But the stun's up there. Surviving for a long time, but a shutdown over to Venus. Hai Chao and Venus, however, have committed. However, IG are unable to find anything on the bottom side, so it feels like a meritable trade.
Yeah, goes in, doesn't get anything with the counter-strike, and as soon as no stun connects and no consistent DPS can be found, they just burst him down and CC him. So really good job from the LGD solo laners, and like you mentioned, cleared out on the bottom side from LGD. I think for IG, they probably just need to wait for this next dragon to spawn up, pick up the soul, and then see if they can also transfer it into the Baron as well, right? They've not been able to pick up a single Baron, and I think that's what's been the biggest issue here for IG. The fact that they've given over critical picks whilst the Baron's been up to then not be able to pick up the big purple worm buff to try and close out this game has been the kicker. LGD has to be, given credit though, the amount of tenacity they've had to find those picks and continue to keep IG on their toes.
Well, in 5 seconds, maybe we compliment them again. It just depends, because this 20-second dragon timer is what we're looking towards, folks. Does this go the distance? Or have LGD run out of spunk here in the game? I've got so many questions. It's been a back and forth for a very slow early game. Things feel like they're only heating up. As look at Cryan in the top side yet again. He's got teleport available. And Jamada, it looks like IG want to play this side lane, really put tempo into the game and say, hey, LGD, if you want Dragon, that's fine. We're on Soul Point. We are dictating the pace.
Yeah, we really don't care about this Dragon, right? It's one individual cloud. We will potentially take or open up the base yet again. We can take control of the Baron side area, get mid lane priority, do so much, even look for a fight on the back end.
YSKM coming in. It's a 3-man counter-strike again. And we all know what a debut. Meeting with Cryan, meeting with IG. It is a massacre. It is a ham sandwich. Ladies and gentlemen, take a bite, because Invictus Gaming, they're hungry tonight.
They want to finish this game in a clean 2-0. The game itself has been a little bit up and down. I think more credit to LGD than anything else. We'll see if Hai Chao and Fearless have anything to say, but in a 5v2, I think it's going to be quite difficult. And IG are cruising off the back of a very strong debut from Cryan, and the rest of IG coming together too.
Cryan just having a day of it, as you said, now for the final blow. But Fearless, oh baby, is it not over? I think we got a bit more time in the game as Wick now stands there. Fearless just take it apart, everyone but YSKM can 1v2. However, timers are not in his favor. That cannon pressed a button and got sent into a happy place.
My God, the cannon plus anti-damage was absurd. A triple kill goes over. Let's see. I mean, this should be done and dusted, Jay. This should just be done and dusted. So it's kind of like Maokai goes in, kind of pushes. Oh no, that's not. Yeah, that's tough. I didn't quite catch that. I thought Cryan was just caught in the ultimate. I didn't realize that he was pushed in. And with the death timers as long as they are, LGD are gonna get another Baron. I swear, if LGD still. If LGD still...
What the hell is happening? Wait, Fearless is gonna die? No, he's out. Is LGD what, Jamada? You gotta finish.
If LGD still lose this game, this might be the most amount of Barons I think I've seen a team have consecutively and still lose the game.
Three is a lot in 36 minutes. 3 is a lot. I feel like the number 4 or number 5 has to be a record. Surely there's an LCS team out there. Sorry to throw shade. That has had too many Barons, you know, still can't end the game. I feel like that's the region that feels very relevant. Maybe now's not the time to throw shade, but hey, at the very least, LGD with another Baron. The game goes on, they only lost one Nexus turret. No backdooring really available right now. And I guess we wait for the next Dragon? I guess? Or we wait for IG to try and force for the last team fight.
It's what I think for IG, I'm kind of surprised they have Crying on the top side right now. I feel like you would probably want YSKM up there, but that's the allocation they've gone for at the minute. But I'm trying to think, like, as IG, because LGD have been so good at, you know, base defense and just generally finding picks, do you just try and continue to commit to the side lane plays? Because I feel like the side lane plays have been arguably the most successful when the side laners have been left to their lonesome, right? It feels like when IG overcommit to the side to try and protect said side lane, that's when things become a bit problematic. For now, though, that aside, for LG, just happy to try and siege up where they can right now with 90 seconds still left on this Baron.
SKM going to come out of brush, not going to pull a spooky surprise as Crying's back up in that top lane. Mid getting pushed, but IG have to pay the respect. I mean, LGD have grouped up as a 4-man, and they are taking turrets down so quickly. A lot of gold being sent over to this team, whether it's as relevant or not. And now looking for their first inhibitor turret.
Yeah, first almost 40 minutes in. That's a teleport. They'll see it because it's on a control ward, but the engage is coming in, Jake.
Nature's Grasp is huge. Depth charge as well on the return. Excuse me, wasn't actually used. We got a knock up there in the end from Tianjin as YSKM was spotted on a ward. LGD backing away. They pulled the TP. And they haven't lost a single member, so we continue to wait with bated breath as IG aren't able to find the fight. YSKM still thirsty for it.
Does want it, but they're just trying their best to stay away as the re-siege comes back in. 20 seconds still left on the Baron. YSKM is on the same flank again. He'll be spotted, but I think LGD have committed a little bit too far. And they're going to get engaged on surely, but aren't chunked out. They're just a bit hesitant, IG.
Just waiting. I mean, YSKM, again, won't follow through. So we wait and we see. And I guess 20 seconds for the Dragon. IG don't want to pull the trigger, Jamada, because they want that soul. They want that advantage that makes the game a little bit easier for them. Especially with LGD backing away. Teleport being used. Wait, Crying is obviously going to try and go for the end. For Dragon, they don't care.
Okay, this is an interesting one. He teleports top to kill like a wave and a half. And he's going to stay top. So if Fearless teleports down, no, the Dragon's gone. Yeah. So,
okay.
But now Crying can commit.
He can end.
Yeah.
They're all hit.
Hyjal has to go back to what is going on?
Fearless caught out. And this is complete yakety sack. Ulti onto Fearless. There's the rocket helping out. They don't have that much damage, but they are stopping the cannon.
Oh my god.
And they've taken his ulti. That's a lot, but the chompers are out. Arn should just get the kill here. And does so. Has split up. Crying now taking on Hyjal. Will get him as well. Tim is a little bit angry about that one, but Crying now playing against time as the whole enemy team comes to the top side. Inhibitor down. Saving Private Ryan. It won't be done. LGD take him down. And this is just hilarity if it finishes off our series.
Have you missed the LPL, Jake?
Yeah.
Have you?
What a
Because I have. You know, yesterday was great. This game is great. Now IG on the cusp of trying to end out this 40-minute barn burner. They've got the second inhibitor. It looks like they'll get the third. And maybe this is what will topple LGD. All right, they've been so damn good at holding on to this game.
Yep.
Maybe 3 inhibitors is where they max out. Maybe this is critical mass. For now, IG looking to just reset. And I mean, 60 seconds on the Baron. This is as by the books as it can get, all right? Let all of the super minions push in. Go towards the Baron when you see everyone in LGD has to deal with it. And then you play your little dance. And you wait until the minions end or LGD make a mistake. Surely, right?
I don't think a book was involved in this game. I don't think anyone's looking at any textbook. I don't think it's by the book, Jamada. I think this is just whatever feels right for you. And as Baron comes up number 4, I think it feels right to just fight for this one and see where it goes. They've been a little bit trepidatious, if that's the right word. I don't know. My English is absolutely garbage for someone that speaks it regularly. But in 30 seconds, surely, guys, we get an answer. Like, surely, right? There's no way this game continues on.
You said no one's reading a book. I feel like the coaching staffs of both teams here are going to be throwing books at IG and LGD, saying, read, we need to be educated again on how to close out. But for LGD, again, it has to be said, still a very tenacious game, being thrown so far behind in the early stages, right? 20 minutes into this game, they were down like 6,000 gold. But now another 20 minutes on, gold is even. Everyone is more or less at full build, right? A couple of people a little bit short. And IG have been held off, right? They've been kind of fighting in the trenches to do their best to end this game. And right now, with the Baron up, now you imagine it's time. But, I mean, Cryan was on the bottom side of the map with practically... Or rather, WiseCam was running out of mana on the bottom side of the map. They both have teleport, almost. So, I think they're trying to play the long con here with the supers. It's a bold strategy, but I think it should just buy them the space to get the Baron.
They're backing on for now. LGD are moving into position. Wink is zoning away. That's Meteor. Ulti comes out. Baron's not that quick without the second AD carry. Cryan and WiseCam are running in. Baron away. LGD are grouped up 3 here. It's a 2v2 in base. Ultis ahoy as Cryan is doing the damage. Look at this man again getting Tibbers out of the face of Phoenix. Gets chunked out. WiseCam on his deathbed. Tries to run in and he dies. Meanwhile, Nautilus flushes and the LPL is unrelenting. An open nexus for Cryan. Venus and Haijiao are trying to get him off. Venus will die. Haijiao's next. And Cryan has just shown that his time on the bench was misplaced. Welcome back to the LPL for an absolute epitome of a closer.
And welcome to your stint on IG with a 2-0 opener to the split. What a hilarious back end of this game. I wonder how IG and LGD are feeling after this one. Have to feel a little bit bad for LGD, right? They held out for so long that it did just keep you on the edge of your seat, wondering whether or not they'll be able to close out. But eventually, it was about the side lanes, right? From Cryan, from WiseCam, so much pressure on either side of the map. And eventually, they just full send it, G2 2019 style, on the bottom side of the map with both their solo laners and teleport. But they managed to commit and end the game. And they'll close out a 2-0 series.
That was no 2-0. I don't care what anyone says. That was no 2-0. We all know. I don't understand how IG let their claws off that game, but I mean, things to work on, right? Being real with this team, it is a newer roster. Tianjin and Cryan have joined the squads over Gideon and Dove, who were here last split. And there's a lot of things to iron out. I feel like we can say one thing, though. Arn and Wink were pretty solid. But, I mean, YSKM sees blood in the water and has to go in. Whether he dies or not, it doesn't matter. It's just that's YSKM. So, what a banger. What a banger of a 2-0 from this team.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable. I think if we, take a second to breathe and bring ourselves back down to earth, like you were saying, right? I think the point on WiseCam is very much true. I think this team still looks like it needs a little bit of discipline, specifically through the top lane. But generally, I like that they're willing to just, do exactly what they were doing in spring as a team, which is kind of just full send on a lot of the plays, right? Once that game opened up, even though it was a very slow early game, you started to see the willingness start to come back out from the IG side. I think on the opposite end for LGD, that was a game where they had to try and, I want to say snowball, but like play out early objective team fights, right? The first Herald, second Dragon, but those things never really came because it was IG who was slowing down the game so much in the first 15 or 20 minutes. So, great stuff to see from IG's first series, and Cryan and Tianjin look like great additions to this team, and it looks like a great engine has been placed inside of the moving car, the moving monster truck sometimes that can be IG.
And look, again, a lot of positive notes to take away. Excuse me, that for IG in particular, a lot of their skirmishes, a lot of their team fights look very sound. They look very dangerous when they group up. But just a couple of things like overextending through mid, that overextension that pushed them so far back in the game and made it competitive for LGD. I think LGD, we're expecting them to work on a lot of things because they've got a Korean in the roster this time around. There is a very different LGD squad driven by someone who on LSB was a name, but not really a driving force. So I'm curious to how they develop Jamano, considering that LGD have pretty low expectations not only from their last split, but from the lineup that they're fielding.
Yeah, no, and even though the expectations are low, I still would like to see more, right? And trying to find that spark that was starting to put a little bit of faith in some of the LGD believers in terms of not necessarily making playoffs, but having, you know, a really solid showing in summer, just because it was a couple of good results, right? They took down Top Esports in a 2-0, even though Top Esports were kind of spiraling. Still, the gap between these two teams should be so gargantuan that even aspiring Top Esports should take down an LGD side. And it was also, I think it was BLG, they gave EDG a bit of a run for their money. So, you know, this LGD side can be no joke when they're all, you know, on form. They just need to try and find that. I think the ideas from some of the drafts were good. It was just about the level of proactivity sometimes, which they weren't able to find, and that can definitely band-aided with things like draft.
Media was very quiet today. I mean, I think, you know, we saw not only the jungle invades, but the cyclones that came out were never really proactive apart from one or two. There were some really good ones, but it never came through early. There was never... Excuse me, I'm dying apparently from that last game. There was never a move by LGD's jungler to set up some of the lanes or try and get in there and start moving this early game ahead. It felt like IG just kept getting advantage after advantage, fighting a 5k gold lead, but again, that was thrown away. So what you can say about that game is it was definitely entertaining, and especially when IG have an expectation that they could hit playoffs by some, I think they need to do a lot better than that. But Jamada, so far, I think we have to be real. Cryan gets MVP of the series. If there was such an award, we would give Cryan MVP of the series, man, because he deserves it after that.
To be fair, he could also get MVP for this game as well. Like, it's not out of the question. He was definitely top 3. You know, argue maybe YSKM, Cryan, but either way, you know, that first opening game was sensational. And like we've said time again, being on the bench in the manner that he was in spring has definitely seemed to have ignited a bit of a fire underneath his backside, because today's performance was very, very impressive from IG's new mid laner, and you can see it, right? Almost the most damage in the game. Fearness kind of farmed the damage off your ISKM in the lane, so, you know, it's a little bit inflated, but still pulling the large majority of the weight here for IG in this game number 2 on the Tristana, constantly finding advantages against Haichao after they were outside of the lane, right? The lane was a little bit rough, but that's most Annie lanes in the meta. But side lanes opened up, and so did Cryan.
Well, 34% is what you expect at this point. This man played one hell of a Tristana game, and I think we can say that today, like, he was the biggest standout. Wink with some honorable mentions. Tianjin's debut was pretty cool. We got a Rengar from him as well, but let's be real. Like, Tianjin has got a lot of work to do. However, coming out of the LDL, it's a very different environment, so still kind of exciting. And I feel like we're also getting a rendition of Arn and Wink from that last split, right? Arn and Wink were a great 2v2 lane, which they have been in I think, both games now as well. But Arn was still really good as well. As I've just been told, Arn is coming up for the interview, so I'm going to hand that off without even asking another question. Over to Christina.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Anne, the AD carry for IG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. How does it feel to be able to kick off your summer split with such a dominant victory 2-0? 欢迎安来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜 IG 今天2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。想问一下，你感觉能够以2-0开启你们的夏季赛，感觉怎么样呢？
今天赢下来，然后很开心，能2-0赢下来，希望我们队伍能一直做得更好吧。
Actually, we are very happy about 2-0 to win this matchup, and I do hope our team can perform better and better. And the second question, I also want to touch on the patch 13.10. Coming to the new patch, we see Milio is available now, but also that we saw Yumi and Zerida's very strong body were very dominant yesterday. So in terms of ball in this role, what do you think of today? This matter patch 13.10。那么来到我们13.10版本，昨天我们在赛场上就可以看到了泽利和猫咪这一个非常强势的组合又在峡谷当中了，而且现在的 Milio 也是可以登上舞台了嘛，所以安选手觉得从下路来看，13.10的是一个怎么样的版本呢？
现在13.10的话，下路版本基本就是排位啊，比赛就是猫咪、泽利是属于独一档，其次就是米六这个英雄也是后期成长性比较特别高，所以基本上就是还是那些除了厄弗留斯之外， 泽立和那个米六应该就是非抢必扳的那种。
So first of all, I do think Dari and Yumi's body is really, really strong and have a very high priority, no matter in solo queue and in official games. And secondly, Milio is very powerful, especially in the late game, while the game time is become very long and Milio can grow into the late game. So I think except Aphelios that Dari, Yumi, and Milio will be very powerful in patch 13.10. And in terms of your roster, we see your new mid jungler still, and I think you guys perform pretty good, especially in some skirmishes and team fights. I'm curious about your team's communication and synergy. So how does it feel to be able to work with your new mid jungle duo? 那么其实我们可以看到今天的大名单上 ，IG 这边是迎来了新的中野嘛。虽然说是第一场比赛，但可以看到你们在一些团战或者小规模团战当中的执行都是非常非常干净利落的决策。觉得今天跟这个新中野整个队伍搭档起来，你们的默契程度啊，还有你们这些磨合，感觉怎么样呢？
我们就是队伍新加入了2名兄弟伙，然后就是我们也磨合了半个月，然后整体也在提升，但是就是中期很多协调性还需要更多的提升吧。
Actually, we have new teammates in our roster, and we have been grinding for almost half a month. But I think we perform pretty good. But also, we need to practice our mid-game synergy. And final question for you, I also want to touch on the game number 2. In late game, you guys, for several times, you guys almost managed to close the game, but LGD managed to come back. They secured the Baron, they pushed the Balling, they destroyed your inhibitor on Balling. How did you guys manage to close them out? Especially Crying killed 2 enemies, and he just closed this game with a very wonderful ending. 那么其实最后一个问题，第2局的时候，快到后面 IG 已经有很多次都攻上了他们的基地，但是没能够一波掉比赛。后来 LGD 这边甚至拿了大龙去拆掉了你们下路的水晶，但是最后的最后。Crying 选手是在基地那边1v2杀掉了对面2个敌人，并且是成功一波掉了比赛。可不可以跟我们聊一下后期你们的思路大概怎么样？特别是最后一波，看起来是一个非常完美的结局。
因为我们后期是比较焦灼的，他们阵容就是比较适合打5v5，我们就比较适合单带拉扯他们。然后因为我们前期的失误，导致我们后边有点难以进行就是中推，所以导致我们后边就是一直在沟通，让他们2个去单带，我们正面一直在拉扯他们，所以最后他们也是很激动的说让我们牵扯正面，然后他们去进行一个一波，然后他们也做到了，挺厉害。
So first of all, I do think the late game was very, very intense. And in terms of the draft, our enemy picked the draft, which is really good at 5v5 team fights. But we got a draft, which is available for solo lane, you know, like this kind of things. We just managed to push lanes by ourselves. So in last shot call, we just told to my teammates we want to our 2 teammates to push their nexus. But in front of team fight, we wanted to kite. And with our opponent, so final, maybe it's a very beautiful ending for that. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢安来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christina and thank you to Arndt. I mean, it's important to know that they've got a draft direction, but I think more important to know that they're aware of issues, you know, working together a new roster. And Jamada, like, there's a lot of raw talent there. It's hard to, I guess, get fluidity in a team where everyone is so individually skilled, and you have to worry about how it all comes together.
Yeah, right. I think having talent is one thing. It's always about how the talent sticks, right? Even at the high end of roster, building, when you see these super teams come together, it doesn't matter if they're, the best in the world. They can't play well together, right? And I think this series was definitely a good indicator that with the addition of Crying, who gets MVP back in his opening series, and of course Tianjin, who sure individually has a little bit to work on, that this is a duo that works with the side laners of IG who already proven themselves here in the LPL.
And again, look, Crying just had such a day. Like, when Crying was sitting on the bench, or rather not playing for the whole of spring, it's great to see him back in such form, in a form that isn't just about supporting the team, right? We talked a lot about YSKM being the star, Tianjin having a bit of flirtatious picks as well, but Crying wasn't supportive at all today. He was the carry, first on the Ahri, then on this Tristana. I feel like, I know that he was the reason that they won in the end as well.
Yeah, absolutely he was. 1v2 on the Nexus here in this B-roll. You can see Hex Drinker more of Malmortius, even just giving him that little bit extra of an edge. And yeah, like Arn was actually saying in the calls too, right? They just said YSKM and Cryan are going for this push. They want to do it, and it worked out. And I think that play probably sealed the deal actually on him getting MVP too.
And again, 2 MVPs out of the 2 games for IG. A really good prospect when you consider that IG are a team that we keep talking about should be looking towards playoffs to fix up what happened in spring. But again, only time will tell. For LGD, they'll take the loss heavy in hand, at least until they come back to us over the next week, or in fact, up against TT on Friday. Jamada, however, coming up next, this is what I've been waiting for, because NIP are going to be running with Shadow yet again in the game as he finished off the split, and against EDG. My man, EDG have got a high bar as well, so let's see how we go as we throw it at a break, and then we'll be shortly heading over to Shenzhen, see NIP and EDG, in action.
Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shenzhen as we arrive in a different city for a very different matchup. Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, NIP, previously known as V5, were in this city. They stay in this city, of course, as EDG come home to them for their first series here in the LPL for our day 2. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Jamada, and sir, all I can say about this matchup is this should be a hard one considering where both these teams finished. We had high expectations of EDG. NIP didn't make playoffs. And coming into a new split, I mean, there are some changes, but again, we're seeing core rosters rebuilt in the following season.
Yeah, we are. And for NIP, right, new mid coming in inside of Angel is going to be very interesting how he performs, right? There was a lot of critics around him, specifically on the RNG lineup, and especially because of how things were going at the very start of the split, with Tangyuan coming in, out, a fair bit for the first couple of weeks and matchups for RNG. And with them struggling, it does make you wonder how he's going to perform on an NIP who were undoubtedly on the up, right? Actually, at the back end of their spring split, ended up taking down, funnily enough, RNG on their back end split run. Didn't make playoffs, of course, had too weak of an early split, but I think there were so many positives to build on for the final couple of weeks for NIP that it does make you wonder, with the extended time of not making playoffs, how well this team could potentially be meshed together now for a bit of a summer, you know, I wouldn't say resurgence, but a bigger build-up on what was a positive end to spring.
And that ending was with Shadow as well. Remember, against BLG, IG, Weibo, like these are their final games. Shadow came in and it was alongside Dream as well. You know, we saw Pout for a little bit at the start of the split. We got Experience, and hey, we don't even get to talk even any longer because Experience is back in with Angel in the mid lane as we head back into draft, folks. 13-10, same rules apply. Nothing is banned away. We have not seen a Yuumi today, but with the Zeri ban, we once again praise the gods of League of Legends that we shouldn't have to look at that annoying, stupid cat.
Yeah, Zeri should keep Yuumi out of the game, in theory, right? Zeri can play with other supports. Yuumi, typically in the meta at the moment, only really plays really well with Zeri. But Leave also doesn't mind leaning on Ezreal every now and again, so I'm, you know, bated breath for now. NIP, as we've flown through the bans, nothing too out of the ordinary. I think the two champions I would highlight, of course, being up the Vi and the Annie, both available as NIP. They're hovering over the Aphelios just because, you know, it's Aphelios, and it's still a very powerful AD carry. Wouldn't be surprised to see them lock that one in, but Vi plus Annie given over to JJ Fofo on R1, R2 would feel terrifying.
Oh, absolutely. So, Aphelios on the side, as you said. Let's just see the directional path, because I like that we've got the Jace ban. I like that we've got the Nico ban, but this is a team that'll play, you know, a lot of carries in the solo lanes. Jamada, we were talking about top laners today. This is a team I'd be scared if Arla gets his hands on things like Fiora, Camille. This is his meta. And with a strong setup in the jungle from Jeb, that could be something we have to talk about a little bit later. But for now, there you go. The jungler that even in 13.7, we were talking about non-stop. And the jungler at MSI that we know was going to be played a hell of a lot too.
Yeah, absolutely. Ari actually will be locked in. So happy to leave NIP with the Annie if they so choose. Of course, Vi Ari, the combo that we saw in spring a lot in MSI as the kind of assassination dive duo. The Vi locks in place a target and then the charm is pretty much always confirmed. NIP with the Aphelios already locked in, looking to find an enchanter with it. Inside Lulu, wouldn't be surprised to see this one locked in alongside something for Shadow, right? A Wukong, a Viego, even a Lee Sin, right? Something that can skirmish and go toe-to-toe with that mid-jungle on the opposite side for VGG.
Yeah, I mean, Shadow has been a pretty good carry player. I remember when Rumble Jungle was in, that was some of his prime, but what is he going to go for? I mean, as you said already, Wukong there is an option. I feel like Viego feels more of his playstyle, but for now, maybe we get the mid takeaway, or rather, some of the supportive takeaways as well. So Angel debuts here on the Annie.
Yeah, I like that too, because I mentioned 3 champions. There's probably quite a few more in the pit and ready for Shadow, whereas Annie, so powerful that if it does get banned away, obviously it's just gone, right? And you know the matchup is positive into Arya 1-to-1. You can really poke down and harass her once the level 6 comes in as well. So I like the fact that NIP go towards that and just say, we believe that Shadow has a champion pool deep enough to survive 2 potential targeted bans, as EDG go towards that Jinx, which in my mind is the better end of the Aphelios IC, you know, list of matchups, as they'll now look to remove away a couple of those AD skirmishing options, and we'll see whether or not EDG look to try and get an enchanter of their own, or whether or not NIP steal those away too.
I wonder if they're going to get rid of some of the engage options. When you look at Mako, you think Thresh, you think Nautilus, you think about some beautiful engage supports that the meta is currently dictating as well. So one of them taken away, as we've already seen a bit of Nautilus today, and we'll have to see if that Thresh was a bit of a bait hover. Is Kindred also taken away? Jamada lost a little bit of priority, but for Shadow, maybe something that he's been doing a little bit dirty in solo queue.
Yeah, it could be something like that. Kindred took like a bit of a hit with the AD item changes, but I've been seeing a couple of different variations of Kindred come through, where some are even dipping into things like the Triforce, which of course she can proc quite freely with the Dance of Arrows, but of course things like Stormrazor and IE Gale Force still very, very strong options for the champion, as toying with the idea of the Blitzcrank, right? NIP kind of split their bans, went one into the Nautilus, one into the Gwen, as I imagine they're looking for something tank-orientated on the top side. It does mean that if Mako wanted to go towards that Blitzcrank for a more pick-orientated champion, he could have gone towards it, but the Rakan up and available, again, just to facilitate more engage between the Vi and the Ahri, just makes the trio so slippery.
Oh, on the other side, NIP, what are they thinking about? Well, the Poppy is an option. This has gone top. This has also gone jungle. Jamada, this would be great against Ahri, against Vi, but are they just flirting? Are they actually going to come to the date?
I think it's pretty good, right? You've got Ahri plus Vi Dash, and you can stop the Rakan. I think the jungle matchup is one where you really get to stomp on the Vi, but no, we're just going to get the Viego by the end of it. I'm kind of sad because they hovered it. So it's like, they acknowledged that Poppy's a pretty good champion here, but they just don't play it, apparently.
Yeah.
So EDG now have freedom for the top side. And like you mentioned, Ala, so many side lane picks if he wants them.
Open.
Yeah, I mean, Fiora kind of monsters this game, I will say that. Nars not bad as a more neutral option than Jax. I feel like is, unironically, one of the more, like, it's rougher to play out until you have your ions. You know, like, you don't really get to force the issue for a little while, but it's not like you're going to be contested on the side lane post 2 items anyway, so Ala goes towards it, tried and tested, of course.
Okay, so if we're talking about side lanes getting some items for Ala, is that the case elsewhere? Because it feels like for EDG, they're going to be playing a lot towards mid-jungle, a lot towards the strength of Vi Ahri, especially at level 6. We know that Leave on a hyper carry is also good news as well. Run me through how EDG want to play this comp when there are a couple of front lines, a lot of shields, and the ability for a bit of a front to back to be played by NOP.
Yeah, I think just trying to be first to plays when you know that NIP are a little bit split apart, right? If NIP can't layer in, the wild growth, the shielding from Lulu, plus, return peel from Annie with like a massive stun Tibbers onto the divers, then I think they'll always be fine. I think for NIP, it's actually more about trying to utilize the pretty strong combination they have between Viego and Annie, right? So Angel and Shadow, I want to see them pair up quite early on, whether it's to attack Fofo in the mid lane or just generally to try and get, a little bit of information or pressure on a side lane towards the dragons. I think early stacking some dragons would be really nice for them if they can deny at least one when they've got a front-to-back team composition like this with the Aphelios and, a tank and a bruiser. They'll feel quite all right going into later on team fights, even though there's so many snap engage options from EDG.
Well, let's see if they can make themselves known with a couple of those snap engage options, because for EDG, I would have a lot of faith in this team who a lot of people were saying, could have made MSI, could have made top 2. EDG fell a bit short, and it was a shame, but we got the miracle out of BLG all in the same. But EDG have got a lot to prove in this split. In summer, we have 4 teams that go to Worlds. Let's assume that's going to be the same this year, as winning MSI surely grants us that favor, especially with both teams in the finals as well. But at the very least, EDG, a team that people would say, hey, this team, after how they performed in spring, they should be putting their name on the agenda for one of those top 4 spots. But it all starts here at the beginning of their split, as in Suzhou NIP had been waiting for them. Look at the virtual city, and let's see if NIP can actually nip EDG in the bud for their first series.
Yeah, it would be a good start for NIP, right? Trying to move some of that positive energy over between splits. And I like how you said it for EDG, but honestly, I wouldn't even mince words, Jake. I think if you're looking at, the level of consistency that a lot of teams showed throughout spring, you would almost be a bit foolish to say that EDG probably weren't the second strongest team, right? But playoffs births miracles, and even though EDG fell short, it did give us that BLG finals at MSI, like you mentioned. But they'll be angry, I'm sure, thinking about that and knowing that BLG couldn't topple JDG in the end again. And if they can start off strong here against NIP and give us a showing, I think one of the few rosters off the top of my head that hasn't had any changes at all, right? So many LPL rosters this summer, it felt like, had, one player come out or 2 players come out and in. EDG keeping all 5 members should, of course, benefit them in the sense of maintaining all of that juicy synergy.
Yeah, definitely will. I'm just going to quickly talk about Angel in the mid lane. Good charm by Fofo, who just hit level 2 and got a good trade back as well. I was going to say that, for EDG, why would they change their roster when, Leave was a big surprise coming up from the LDL? Fofo coming to this roster as well. Like, there were so many pieces put together as Flandre left the roster. Scout left EDG for the first time in 5-6 years, maybe almost 7. There were a lot of big changes for EDG, yet they found themselves close to hitting internationals. So, still a very big piece of momentum that we're looking for in summer. While for NIP, new roster as well. I guess one member makes a new roster, and that's Angel. Angel, coming over. I mean, this guy, like, he's had pretty big moments as well. He's been to internationals. Angel's been pretty solid for Weibo Gaming in the past. And now in a roster that maybe doesn't have as much expectations, his chance to kind of be in the limelight.
Yeah, right. I mean, Angel was at 2020 Worlds on the Suning roster at peak, but since then has definitely struggled to find himself on teams that make it across the finish line, make it deep into playoffs consistently, or just about over the line for Worlds. Wants to recapture that. like you mentioned, really high highs. And I think a player like him, where NIP have a lot of players who have also shown, like Photic, for example, on old V5 was phenomenal alongside, was it PP Gold off the top of my head? My depth of knowledge can sometimes be poor as the newbie on the block sometimes, but you know, Photic, PP Gold last year, really solid. Now Joe still shown a pretty solid level of consistency for me. So a player like can, you know, kind of do everything, right? He can play carries, he can play utility champions. I think being able to fit the mold in a meta where, you know, we're going to consistently see evolving changes where right now it feels like utility mids can pay off high dividends. Whilst you're trying to pay out carries for the bottom side, could mean that NI turn into a well-oiled machine later on down the line.
Let's see again. First series of the split, first game of the split, guys. We're not talking about the early game because Jamada, you know, we also mentioned as Ale gets a really good trade here onto Invincible. Maybe things don't happen before 6, but I could be wrong because Invincible gets a good trade. Here comes Shadow. It'll be Flash, but Arla out in the nick of time with the Leap Strike thanks to the ward. And no summoners will be burnt as Shadow is now spotted up in this top side.
Yeah, no summoner spell burnt. Shadow unfortunately does give himself away, but it's coming off the back of a reset anyway from a full clear, so no harm, no foul. And Arla will just take his reset and a teleport back out towards the top side, and Invincible, no doubt, will look to do the exact same as on the bottom side. We spoke about Photic and Joe being a pretty consistent duo, already taking a plate in this 2v2, and it can, to a point, be expected, right? Rakan can't necessarily provide too much in the 2v2, but you'll often see that Jinx, just with the rockets alone, can power through priority, but with Infernum plus that Lulu, means that they were able to get that plate off super early in the laning phase.
Be curious to see what happens at 6, though. Again, Jamada, 6, such an important part. Angel, Shadow, Invincible. I mean, I just keep naming everyone in the team. Vi and Ari, of course, at 6. Come alive. This feels like a game where we're just going to be chilling in bed for a little bit, guys. Tuck in. Because once we hit the 6, once we hit maybe first Dragon, first Herald, right? There should be fighting in this game.
Absolutely. Get your snacks, though. Until then.
Oh, yeah?
Nice cup of tea.
I would.
Maybe some biscuits.
I could. I've cooked a whole leg of lamb as Fofo, actually getting a bit meated himself. Whole leg of lamb. I cooked it, and I was like, oh my god, the break going to Shenzhen is nothing. I couldn't tuck in. It literally 2 kilos just about. With rosemary, olive oil, we salt and peppered it, guys. Bit of lemon zest because, you know, we're bougie. Watch a lot of Gordon Ramsay. So, yeah, that's just sitting inside. And I can't eat it. I have to sit here. I literally have to sit here, guys. I'm not complaining. I'm just kidding. It's great to see that. Sound like an absolute princess. I wish my partner was watching so she could feed me. But can't get away with it. You know, in CSGO, you can kind of get away. Like some of the Aussie casters will have like a snack pack, a HSP, if the Australians know what that is, while casting CS. League, you can't really get away with it. I feel like someone's always talking, you know?
Huh. That's really true. Whilst we was talking about Hysterix' 2 kilogram,
very hungry.
join the lamb, which is now starting to make me hungry, by the way. NIP did steal away that dragon. Nothing really occurred from it. I think, like you mentioned, we're gonna get to podcast a bit for a while, as I feel like for EDG, very happy to wait for those level 6s, which are starting to crest over now, right? GG just hit his, so Cease and Desist up and available, and Herald up in a minute's time means that I'm sure they'll be looking for plays around the top side then, but they're actually looking now. Shadow could be caught unawares. They're going to take away the blue buff at the very least. And Shadow will be down that buff. I think kind of aware that it could be going on. If he saw the particle effects, I'm not sure if you get to see that as a neutral or as one side of a team, but either way, just backs away.
Going up to the top side, might try to find something with the lane gang. Heartbreaker was picked up from that Gromp as well. Zala with the counter-strike. Ward is good here. Spots Shadow on the approach. And now Arla's just trying to bait it through. Decimating Smash, of course, doesn't hit. Cheeky -1 there for our screen as Arla has the wave at his fingertips. Jamada, a great wave state. And now NIP are like, look, we can try and set up for the Herald. We can see what else we can get in the top side. But his blue buff's gone. And EDG are just chilling a little bit further with some nice CS leads up in that top side with a sneaky blue buff that maybe they wouldn't have had. And a frozen lane up there as well is worth mentioning.
Feels good for Arla for now. I think it's the bottom lane and the supports which are going to make the big difference. And Mako already having level 6 at 8 minutes into the game means that him being over here a lot more impactful than what Joe could potentially produce for NIP. NIP, they're still going to try and poke and prod their way through, and because this Herald will start up late, it means that we could get a fight. Oh. Goodness me.
Making up finding anything, gonna get polymorphed and run into, but Invincible doesn't find the mark. Bofo out with the Spirit Rush as well, and Herald decides that she's gonna get some time in the sun, a quick reset to come through. She got mad for a bit, but just apparently not. What is that reset?
This is the second time. Did they change Herald under the hood? Did you see the one yesterday? Where,
yeah, I did, and it didn't hard reset. I thought it meant the hard reset now. That's not hard at all.
I wonder if they... It really does feel like they've mucked with the patience bar and how it interacts, because that felt like it got dragged out so far. Like, like not to say that Shadow didn't walk in range to release it, right? But it does look a little bit strange. So maybe something to look into, because yeah, it does feel a little bit odd. Maybe I just don't read. We'll see. Maybe in between the games, I'll go and check the patch.
I know that jungle patience has been changed, but it's just janky, right? And again, we can sit here all day, ladies and gentlemen. We don't need to sit here. When Yumi's in game, that's when we'll sit here all day.
You know, forget, you know what? Forget the jungle patience from, you know, neutral objectives. Until Zeri and Yumi is gone, I'm not gonna stop complaining about that like ever. You know, we just. It's just so. It's so. I'm not gonna start. I'm not gonna start hysterics. You know, I could go on a rant for hours.
Oh, we could just complain and go over and over. I know, brother. I know. You know what? I'm just happy that, you know, bans exist. Remember back in the day, if we were in the current meta and we only had 3 bans like we did in, like, what, Season 3 or Season 2? Before they expanded it to 5 bans each? Imagine how much of the game would be so rough to play. As we're going to talk about playing the game rough because Shadow's coming into the bot lane. Here comes that support back in as Leave going to be tagged up. There's a Gravitum in range. Draw going to try and slow him down, but Shadow now spots out the bottom lane of EDG, or rather half of it, with JJ roaming around. Fofo's coming in as well, so Shadow playing a little bit ambitious here, depending on that Vault Breaker, and it does hit the Heartbreaker out to Polymorph with Gravitum as a follow-up side effect. EDG have numbers advantage down here, but they still don't find the kill, and Dragon's 20 seconds away, so at the very least, it might give them a bit of pressure after the fact.
Yeah, it could give them some pressure, but I think the big thing is that EDG not having that Bio, it means that target selection is always going to be a little bit trickier, right? A little less guaranteed and confirmed. As up here, Arla looking for the extended trade.
Oh, ulti's blocked away. Arla going to get Decimating Smash after the fact, but no knockup. Meanwhile, Angel's caught out, has to flash over the wall, and oh, the failed flash. JJ missing the wall as a 2-man Incinerate is beautiful. NIP might have follow-up here, but the Orb Deception does great work onto Angel. Meanwhile, a flash from Flash and a solo kill is going to be our 11-minute first blood, with Arla showing up big here on his Jax.
He put the work in the previous trade, but it seems like Invincible just overreached his bounds, and Arla punishes it with a follow-up flash. And on the bottom side there, we also saw a lot of Summoner spells and ultimates being blown in the end of it. It will be NIP picking up the Dragon. Herald will be traded and put down in the mid lane, however, so gold being thrown left and right here definitely feels a little bit better in the immediate for EDG, right, to get the gold to go towards the items, whereas for NIP, it's a Cloud Dragon, which can always feel great for the Soul. Let's see how this solo kill ensued. I think this is the initial trade where, yeah, unfortunately the Q doesn't actually get fully channeled, right? I think Invincible is maybe concerned or scared that Arla will walk behind the Q before the knockup, so just cancels the channel. What does he do? Does he just step up trying to get the W dab? Yeah, I mean, I mean, it's not even where the trade starts. He's just. I will also say, I think Arla walked into that bush with no mana and then actually used the biscuit inside of it as well, which could have been the difference between Invincible thinking he had no mana and being useless champion and being able to do what he just did. So, great use of vision there.
And all I can say from that is that Arla, not only with the kill, steps up into a bit of a lead, but with the Divine Sunder against his Scion, Jamada yet again, I think we're going to be talking about a Jax in this game. It's a 1k gold lead, but NIP have double Dragon. What is the value here? You need to tell me a little bit about how this game should proceed, because I'm now worried about the side lanes of NIP before they even have time to group, despite the fact that they've been able to get some of these early objectives.
Yeah, so am I. And remember, right, the whole breaker changes mean that Arla is likely to go towards that. I think for NIP, they need to try and find, you know, a big yield team fight relatively soon. He's just bullying Shadow out of his own jungle. He's 1v3,
Level
so
11.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, Counter-Strike is there. He should die here, ladies and gentlemen. He should. He should, but he leap strikes. Invincible ulti there, by the way. I don't know where it went, but unfortunately, he's not going to find too much as the rest of EDG come in. They've just broken down mid-turret. Arla's still alive. Shadow almost died. Jaxes today are big with both biceps and mines.
You know, NIP might have a top laner named Invincible, but I know which top laner actually is Invincible, and apparently it's Arla in the middle of all three. And he even manages to effectively delayed invade, whilst Fofo also secured the mid lane tower, so really great stuff from our Jax in this one. And I think for now, EDG happy to just wait this one out. Herald spawns in 45 seconds. They can lane top if they want, put Arla on the bottom side so he'll have a tower to whack at. And then all is pretty well. I think NIP again, now put in another hole. He was asking me, what can they do? I think trying to just get ahead of EDG somewhere, create one pocket of fog, and see if you can create a pick, find a tower, anything like that to try and claw a little bit of gold back. But ideally, it has to go into Fotic's back pocket. I feel like Aphelios has to get, you know, slightly more accelerated in this game because he's got Lulu and he's got Annie and he's got a lot of protection around him, so he can take over this one despite the amount of target selection that EDG have on offer. It's fine. It's fine.
Mako and JJ, they're a threat. I mean, I thought it'd be JJ and Fofo syncing up, but it has been this support. Mako has just been sticking by. And, you know, it's cute, right? The last remaining elements of the 2021 World Champion roster. Am I right with the years? Jamada, 2021?
Yeah.
2022? No,
2021.
yes.
2022,
LPL wasn't even in it, yeah. It was the DRX run. Oh, good. Yeah, we got there in the end. My years are a little bit hard, but
what was 2020, Hysterics?
Was Damwon versus Suning, and that was Bin in the finals with the only pentakill ever in a world finals. Take that, memory. I can remember that much, but everything else down the drain.
It's a blur. Everything before 2020 just doesn't exist anymore because all of my years have meshed together.
It's before 2018, before LPL won Worlds. I don't want to hear about it. too much LCK dominance.
Oh man,
that was before we had the Shy. Well, no, I mean the Shy came in 2017, but 2017 summer I think for WE as a streamer. But hey, 2018, that's where we start talking. And that road led us to Gigabin. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this has been a slow game. We all know that you want to sit there and enjoy the fiesta, enjoy the blood. But EDG right now feeling pretty methodical here, especially through that side lane. Now moving to the first dragon, that could be theirs. Otherwise, NIP will be on soul point. So 25 seconds to find that play out as EDG setting up for a potential dive on the bottom side. But it's just going to be Herald placed down while Invincible probably has to leave.
Yeah, definitely does. Herald will charge in here, get the tower. A bit of extra gold into Arla's back pocket. Doesn't look like they want to actually put that one through to a tier 2 charge and just want to secure this dragon, right? Stop the stacking from NIP. And EDG, because they've given over those first couple of dragons, in a world where this does go to a potential soul point for them, it's going to be a lot of extra movement speed, man, because that's going to be more cow dragons for them stacked up. See if we do get that. For now, EDG, calm, cool, collected, only a kill in this game. And again, I think NIP, the problem for them, like I mentioned earlier, they need to try and maybe create a pocket of fog and actually try and lure EDG into it to find a pick. Their general issue is that they don't really have great engage tools, right? It's pretty much Sion and Annie and hope that EDG misses position. That's about it, and I think that's the biggest problem they're going to face at the moment because EDG have been so patient on the map with their rotations, generally have paid a lot of respect to NIP to a point where it just feels like it might be a little bit too difficult for NIP to consistently find an advantage like that.
I mean, even here, right, having to back off because, as you said, the engage tools aren't that solid. And for EDG on top of that, Jamada, they have a lot of repositioning. They have a lot of disengage. There's a lot of, I guess, fanning out for EDG that they can play these fights through. So making matters even more difficult. We could look at draft and look at the quality of EDG and I guess the difference between them and NIP this game is NIP have only picked up one single turret. Another turret goes down for EDG where all three outers have now fallen. It's a 4K gold lead. And Baron's coming up soon. We've got another dragon in about 3 minutes 30. It might be slow, but right now the Methodical is feeling in favor of EDG massively with players like Lee, players like Fofo really scaling up. More importantly, Arla in the side lane, having the time of his life because Invincible is about a level and a half down as Arla is just taking everything on the map.
Yep, just wants to get to his next items as soon as possible. And I think this is just going to be a slow suffocation, right? EDG, very happy to play out the map state. You said with all of those hours gone, they can catch whatever wave they want on the map super high, wait for a response from NIP, and then go and place their vision, right? And there's no real danger or threat of realistically ever getting caught out by anything too dangerous, as long as they know where the numbers are. And they're pretty much always going to know where those numbers are with this priority. And you can see it right here. Cloud Rift as well, right? The Rift is going to help them rotate even faster, so it's going to feel a little bit worse. Will they get that blue buff? No, they won't.
Shadow did get it. Charm is out there as well. Everfrost good, but they've just back away. So again, we just chill out. Hey, do you reckon leave red patch changes, or do you reckon he just went Kraken first because he wants to destroy Invincible? Of course, that's sarcasm, because on that note, look at the itemization, Jamada. Leave went Kraken first. Black Cleaver from Jeje. Divine Sundra from Arla. They are literally saying that Invincible will be visible this game because this guy is going to die probably immediately, quicker than people think.
Yeah, very, very fast. And I wonder, you know, some may be thinking, did these guys even read the patch notes? Do they know? Have things really changed for EDG? Are we just still in 13.8? You know, everything is just the same. I mean, to be fair, I think everyone is itemizing pretty well to just deal with the front line. I think you're right, Jake, to be honest with you, because as soon as Invincible is out of the equation, right, NIP are kind of just sitting ducks for the rest of EDG to kind of just make pickings of as they choose between all of their engage options. So if they can kill the front line pretty quickly, then yeah, I think they'll be very, very content with being able to contest whatever they want. So I like what EDG are doing right now. That was a bit of a wayward rocket belt looking for an engage on leave, but now it may just turn into a collapse.
They're getting collapsed on your right. In they go for a penny for a pound with quickness in the middle as well. Look at Leaf free hitting in the back line. That's Zion still tanking up, but Arla's just run on in. He's the true Invincible in Jamada. Once everyone starts hitting them, look at his health bar disintegrate. EDG have built to take down the Terminator, and the Terminator is down.
Terminator dead in the lava. Thumbs up, maybe, from Invincible as he goes down, who knows. But EDG happy to pick up their 2 kills and get the Baron. And again, I think it's just going to be a textbook suffocation. It's not fun to watch, but I'll tell you, it's really good League of Legends. And NIP, I just don't know if they have an answer for it, to be honest with you. I think with the lack of engage from anywhere, really, that can consistently nail somebody down whilst they actually get DPS or burst down. It feels so rough, and this angle is so good. Double engage knockup from Mako and from JJ. Impossible to walk away from, and once Arla finds the back line, it's all over. No DPS from Photic. Means that Invincible has no reason to ever be taking any kind of damage front line, and he gets bursted out because all of the itemization from EDG to effectively make that guy not a tank.
I mean, there's a Blade of the Ruin King. There's a Blade of the Ruin King. We've now got an Infinity Edge on top of Lane.
Nah, this is like, did Invincible say something in like the lobby? He must have just said
Talking
something
smack.
like really, yeah, he's just talking some smack, and EDG just like, we are all gonna build to kill. We don't care about anything else.
What else are we gonna get? Some Wits Ends next, maybe. Just some more on here, maybe. I was gonna say, if we didn't have a Divine Sundra, we could get some Gwinsus there, but Shane, there we go. Charm gonna be hit, Invincible. Take a bit of damage. Leave actually caught out, has to flush away. We're talking about cleanliness, but it's not there. Leave is flanked by Angel, EDG, and a pincer, but they need to get out of there because this fight is going horribly for them. Fofo flashing away, gets an Orb of Deception and survives for now. But wait, there's more. Arla's coming in. This man is a 2-item Jax, and Invincible is going to rue the day he stands near him. Level 15, and the flash is burnt. Arla comes through, still strong, but that was the best fight NIP could have hoped for in the situation of this game.
Yeah, it really was, right? I think being able to catch off EDG like that, a little bit too split off, caught in the rotation. Didn't expect the teleport angle either from Angel. Means that they do lose a lot of Baron time here. It might even just clip a majority, but they still actually have 60 seconds left because of how quickly they were able to return back to the map with buff originally. So maybe they find one more tower, maybe through the top side. They decide to immediately go up towards that way. But you can see they're looking to rotate down towards Arla here, but the teleport out of vision, they're not expecting it. And Leave also just he just greeds for the cannon. That's what it is. And he doesn't even get it, bless him. Gets collapsed on, and then, yeah, it's a bit of a bounce house in this corridor here that EDG have to retreat as quickly as they can away. Honestly, very fortunate to only lose 2 members in that particular instance. But NIP definitely not entirely out of it in the sense of life, right? Certainly still looking for angles when and where they can.
Well, the gold lead, yeah, still big for EDG's sake, but at least we know NIP, with those said signs of life, can do quite a lot. There's a Rabbit on Zeth Cap, excuse me, for Angel. I did say Baron because Baron has been picked up by EDG, so despite the compliments for NIP, the Baron buff making it hard here is trying to collapse here onto Arla, but he's level 16 as meanwhile the pick off, guess who's dead? It's Photic. And the pick potential continues here by Edward Gaming as it goes back to being methodical this game.
Yep, I mean, what can you do, right? No flash now on Photic at the minute from before the Baron went down, and EDG's composition, it drives itself, right? It's a very spring composition. Nothing's really changed for EDG. And just kind of walking this one home. NIP, again, the option's so limited, it feels so difficult, and admittedly, has to be said, Photic and Joe had not much business being that far up the lane. I know it sounds a bit ridiculous because they're behind the tier 1 even, but with no tier 2, they just shouldn't really be up there, as EDG were just looking for the top tower, catch them in rotation.
Well, with that pick off, again, EDG are able to get more resources in the form of that inner turret in the top side. That now goes down. I'm going to keep looking at Arla's build because he is heading towards, you know, the hull breaker again. We've got to stop watching inventory. Look at Invincible. 1.5 items. This guy needs to shop at Kmart. While Arla is literally going to RM Williams, for all you Aussies out there. Country Road. This guy's going to David Jones.
Right. What is like the European version of an what is an RM Williams?
RM Williams do cowboy boots. They're like $650 each.
What the?
Real sexy.
Okay.
You know what? What's the equivalent? What's the expensive pair of boots for you?
I don't know. Not cowboy boots. I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, they're wrong. We don't do. To be fair, I'm gonna be in Texas soon. So what? I'm gonna have to find one. Yeah, I'm gonna be in the center of it all. I'm sure Mazel's gonna be happy about me being there. Someone who's not happy about being where they are is Angel.
Well, Invincible at least blocks out, but remember this guy is taking up Angel half his health, but they get a reset. Mate goes down, and for Viego, that's not bad. Onto Arla. He jumps, but Arla jumps away. Heartbreaker using it down. He goes in a choke. NIP aren't going to take him to smoke because Shadow continues trying to follow up. He wants another reset, but Fofo's out with the Spirit Rush. And just like that, Edward Gaming making the game a little bit more tricky for themselves.
All right, not bad. I mean, NIP, you know, we've said that engaging can be quite difficult, but what they do very well is stand their ground. And EDG looking for that pick onto Angel. Just didn't press tab, didn't recognize that he had the stopwatch. They overcommit for the pick. And unfortunately, NIP were waiting around the corner. All the members pay for it with their life. You know, the idea of the pick makes sense, right? Look at where Arla is. He has an angle for it, but they see everyone on NIP. They still decide to commit. And in this kind of situation, you've got Infernum on Photic as well. If they decided to funnel into the choke, thankfully for EDG, they didn't. It would have been absolutely minced. And great chaining of CC and damage here. That polymorph really saves NIP's ability to actually pick off Arla on the backside of that as well. So very well played, Stuart.
In the end, they were mints, so turned into burgers. Love the phrasing. EDG have given over a bit of gold now to this team. And look, Angel with a rabbit on. Photic, I want to see in a second where he's sitting at because it's Aphelios with the right type of guns. Seems like he's more of a threat than the game's let on. NIP give it a chance into this game. They got the first 2 dragons, so the Soul is not up and available. Instead, as they start the Baron, they're saying, hey, EDG, we got some spunk in the trunk. As teleport's going to be used up across the way. Angel gets out with the charge. Beautiful stuff as they all in. Mako finds it. And through they charge. Jeje's ulti. Absolutely gorgeous. Photic can't get out as he is shrunk to smithereens. And they ignore Invincible for the time being as Shadow is getting some resets here. Charm, beautiful, Heartbreaker. Another reset. And Zombie Scion. Invincible trying to punch him away. But Shadow gets out because Arla is stopping him in his tracks. EDG might win the fight, but it is way too close to call it.
Way too close. 3 for 3. EDG might be able to send Ala towards this top side of the map and get a little bit of something. 100% Leave will get this dragon too, so I guess it's a win at the end of the day. But considering where EDG were in the game, NIP holding on, and holding on really, really well. Shadow with a little bit of heroics as well, because that fight was starting to look so wayward for them. As I've got to say, Fofo, landing this charm really, really solid, sets up for the initial engage, right? Even though Invincible is there to frontline, gets knocked out of the way. It actually might have saved Angel to keep him a little bit alive longer, but that ultimate towards the back lane and the fact that Arlo was able to get access to Photic so easily meant that this fight looked really one-sided. But once Shadow starts to get involved in the mix, it looks like a different team fight.
That emphasis on the Q flash as a buy. He Q flashed Jamada to secure the kill, otherwise he doesn't get that. That was insane from the Italian Stallion. And now, Shadow, who has come back in, remember he finished NIP split, he played the rest of the games, is now carrying them in this game. The Italian pride better stand up as now the Silver 14 Viego has to deal with the turn here onto Baron 7k. EDG are rolling in. They're still the team that's better than Invincible. Tries to slow them up. There's the Australians, but onto the Baron. No, it's stolen. Shadow just, we're talking him up as the Heartbreaker's over, has lost the big purple worm. And the fight is so scattered from NIP. They're separated away. Just as we look at them nipping it in the bud, it's Edward Gaming that roll it all back.
NIP get too lost in the hype and the source. They go for the Baron again, back to back, but with no summoner spells on Photic, he was easy pickings, even though he had the stopwatch, I think. Just walk past Invincible, right? With all of this mobility, this time around, even if they tried to stand their ground, it wasn't enough. And EDG will close out this game in 30 minutes.
When we're talking him up, it was absolutely bang up, ladies and gentlemen.
Definitely. Definitely. No, it's fine. I was a bit distracted there. I think, to me, EDG, I think for the first 20 minutes, he did a really good job of suffocating out NIP. I think probably just ran into a couple of issues in the sense of maybe opening up the map so soon. It felt a little bit too difficult for them to actually, you know, bring home a bigger yield from a team fight. And I think that's also more in part to the fact that NIP's composition is just so good at staying put. So, you know, definitely a little bit to work on there. I think for NIP, find something to actually go forward with, right? I think not having any proactive tools into a team like EDG is just asking for a death sentence, asking to get suffocated out like that. Yeah. Because you could see EDG, as soon as they kind of acknowledged that NIP had their hands tied, they were very happy to very slowly play that one out and ensure that NIP had very little to do on the map for a very long time.
Well, I believe we are fixed for the time being. It must have been the excitement of the game. It's annoying when you spend $600 on a microphone, and sometimes it just decides to, you know. So we're gonna have to work on that and try and get a different cable coming out after this one. But folks, apologies. Outside of that, all I can say is that, you know, EDG, when it did look clean, Jamada, it was nice. You know, it was really nice to see Fofo and JJ in action. I think Mako and JJ, the last remaining elements of 2021 World Champions, also awesome to see them syncing up. But props again to NIP for the punish when EDG, I think they were great team fighters last split. It's so weird to see them actually fail in the macro when that was the strongest bit. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's... I don't know. It's such a strange game because a lot of this was actually down to, in my mind, a lot more to draft than I think macro. I think he had everything they wanted in this game, and it was basically just a 13-7 draft. And they didn't. I don't know. It's an odd game to break down, Jake, because it was so slow for so long. I want to try and look at this from the NIP perspective and kind of just say, I think if you move Shadow off of the Viego and give him a slightly more aggressive champion, right? Because they weren't able to utilize the 2v2 in the mid jungle, then I think this game can look different. But in the same breath, Shadow was probably the one that could have brought that game back by the end of it because he was so powerful and so strong.
True.
It's a bit of a tough call in my mind to make, but I will certainly say that EDG still looked like the powerhouse that they were in spring, right? Happy and very easily dismantling the NIP early game to a point where I think it was 4K, 5K gold lead by around the 15 to 20 minute mark. So still very much on the ball with that.
Yeah, and again, look, the compliments that we give out to EDG definitely worth it, considering that we talk up the same players. I mean, Arla solo killing in lane, that was the start of it, right? Having that Jax in your pocket always was going to be a win condition for EDG, so it is nice that it came through in the end. I think for NIP, similar problems to what we saw last split, where it's working together, it's meshing together, and especially some of those team fights where Shadow has moments, but where's the rest of the team? We can talk about that in a second. Jamada, we are going to go to a break. I'm going to try and fix this puppy in the break as well. And then as we return, hopefully things are looking a little bit better for NIP as we approach Game 2.
my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I apologize for some of the mic issues. Hopefully they don't happen again, but somebody's going to invest in a better cable, I think. I'm Hysterics, and I'm joined by Jamada back in Shenzhen for NIP versus EDG, where EDG came in pretty red hot for game one. Let's be real, there were some throws. There was a chance that NIP were going to find their way back into that one, but EDG just so far ahead, and especially for that man up in the top lane. Jamada, I didn't hear MVP, but surely it goes to Arla, right? Surely it goes to that man on the Jax.
Yeah, I wasn't here to hear MVP, unfortunately, either.
MVP Arla?
MVP Arla? I think there was a couple of good shouts, yeah, but Arla was the one that was in the lead, so it had to be him. Yeah, I mean, you know, finding the solo kill, lots of pressure on the side lane, great team fighting as well. I think definitely very much facilitated by JJ, and the fact that also Fofo was such a disruptive force in consistently removing Photic from the equation, but sometimes the JJ and Arla that were removing Photic from the equation as a duo instead, but it did start all the way back with this solo kill. And from this point on, you know, we kind of always knew that he would be a problem, but being a problem so early on in some of these team fights was absolutely phenomenal. Arla finding angles time and time again.
Yeah, dude, again, Arlo just on this Jax. Like, this is his kind of meta. We were talking about this at the start of today. Camille, Jax, Fiora. This is what you think about when you think about Arla, and they're all so strong right now. Trinity Force or not, it's just Arla's time to shine. And even though some of these fights were really close, Jamada, we look towards the end, and we look at just how impassable he was every single time jumping to the back line. What do you do about this man when he's level 18 at like 26, 27 minutes in the game?
Ban Jax. What can I say? You know,
okay.
It's the easy solution. I mean, jokes aside, I think, again, if there's more proactivity tools available to NIP, right? I think it's one thing to have a draft where you're looking to scale up and play front to back, and you know, you kind of want the enemies to walk into you, and because they engage, you don't really want engage tools. But in a situation where you're losing lanes and then you lose priority and you can get suffocated out like this and fall so far behind, it becomes an issue when you then don't have a trigger to pull to actually propel yourself into a position where you can find, you know, a little bit of gold back here and there if EDG are making mistakes. So the Jax was definitely an issue. But I think the bigger symptom was actually not having an ability to not only shut down the Jax, but then also shut down other plays being made by EDG at any given point.
Yeah, and again, look, the ability to find those proactive tools, like if it can change your draft, that's great, because we know Draw is a great engage tool. We know that also, I'd say Invincible can act like that as well, as he's shown in the past. So maybe changing things up and adding a bit more versatility. But more importantly, I think letting us see, you know, Angel on something a bit more with carry potential, right? We saw the Annie, a supportive mid laner, as we all know. Angel has been great on things like the LeBlanc, the Zoe in the past, things that can really take over games. Quite an underrated mid, if I say so myself, who's been having some pretty good recent splits. Hopefully on this new roster of NIP with his debut, he can have a much better game too, because I think he is now one of the best members on that roster. I wouldn't say by far, but, you know, probably has the most carry potential at the very least. Yeah. By far from what we've seen in history.
Yep, definitely does. And, you know, it also does, there's like a lot of things that, you know, go into thinking about picks, especially when it comes to players. And as someone like Angel, of course, who we know is capable of doing a little bit of everything, right? It really kind of leans on whether or not NIP want to play through him or whether or not they want to play through Photic, especially because of, again, you know, we're going to sound like broken records for a while, but unfortunately, I don't know, go at the balance team and ask them to nerf AD carry. Because we're in the meta that we're in, unfortunately, it does mean that, you know, sometimes we will have a lot of mid laners who we know have the mechanics and have the carry potential kind of be relegated to, you know, Annie duty, to maybe, you know, Lissandra duty every now and again. And that could be the case if Angel. I do agree with you, though. I would like to see him on something a little more carry-orientated. Yes, Annie is a very powerful pick in this meta, and yes, it can be, you know, an air quotes carry. But again, if NIP can't supplement the pick, you know, around it, right? Have other things that go in first so that Angel can go in on top of it and find a massive ultimate, it does start to feel a little bit rough. But we're in to pick some bans for game number 2 in EDG. Actually removing the Midio on blue side, so not willing to first pick that one themselves, and they certainly don't want to give it over.
K'Sante might be left open here. EDG banned it away before, so biggest question is K'Sante, Nico, what's going to be left open here on this blue side? Maybe force NIP into a bit of a corner. And how much priority did EDG put on either of those? Remember as well, Jace was actually banned on the blue side last game, Jamada. This time around, it's the Lucian that fills that spot instead. So a very different direction from EDG. Either way, we're going to have K'Sante open. We're going to have, or Nico, excuse me. NIP only have one more space to fill.
Yeah, what will NIP do? It's kind of a pick your poison situation, isn't it? I guess you're on red side, so you feel a little bit alright about it because you can trade one power pick for 2 immediately. So they remove away the Vi. That leaves the Nico up. That leaves the Annie up.
Yeah.
Leaves just about everything up. So what did they want to do? They want the Nico. Alright, so we're going to have some shenanigans. I'm not sure. Anyone who didn't catch yesterday's games, we had Forge on Ultra Prime playing the Nico, and it was a bit of a treat. So I hope we get some similar shenanigans coming out today. Of course, it is also a flex pick, so we don't know whether it's going in the mid lane. I think the priority typically has been in pro play so far from the mid lane. NIP on the opposite side, however, we'll just be looking for something very close to standard and what we're used to inside of the Wukong and the affiliates.
It's so hard as well, you know, paying attention to Nico, Lilia's mother, as we all know that Nico is that she can assimilate into a minion wave. She can move into a ward. Like, if you're not paying attention, the punishment is there. So for EDG, as they look to snap up another priority ban, they've got themselves a lot of tools already up against this Wukong and Aphelios. Jamada, this feels like murder. What else is a big I mean, the Jinx, again, you said it's a favorable matchup. Is that what you go here? Like,
yeah,
EDG kind of has the pick of the litter.
Yeah, they can do a lot, right? If they're also thinking about their jungle pick, if they're concerned about that, they can go there. But I think Jinx is just probably the go-to, right? Unless they're thinking about something else in mind. But it just feels like such a no-brainer that if they didn't go it, I would be surprised. And there's the lock-in and the confirmation. Yeah, someone give Viola Davis on the phone, because someone is getting away with murder, I think. NIP need to... They need to shore up this draft ASAP, because there's a lot of power picks on the other side. Jack's blind would be... Well, I say blind, but in the context of Nico is air quotes a flex, right? You know, you could still get counterpicked here by EDG, but I think very confident in the ability of an Invincible to go Jackson to K'Sante seems to be the case, and that's what NIP will do.
And you know, it is Mako. Like, on your point to come back, even though we haven't seen it just yet in the LPL, we know it can be a flex because Mako is the one who's played things like Lissandra support. He is quite innovative in his own right that people forget. So that Nico, yeah, is going to be left in air quotes for the time being. So maybe there's some flexibility in draft, but NIP don't think so. They think it's going to be that Nico towards mid lane and Lulu going to be sitting towards that bottom lane no longer. A ban away to the support is giving Jinx a little bit of a boost here with Enchanters, Jamada. What else gets taken off the table?
Yeah, you could also... We saw a Karma pick come out the other day as well. Could see that one also removed away if NIP are thinking about that for Mako. But with the Lulu gone, it does kind of cover a lot of the enchanters. You could just get rid of the Thresh, right? EDG did just draft something which was very, very spring split. So if you want to remove that safety net, you can. But you can also take it yourself, right? Remove away the Nautilus instead. Take away an engage option and then go for something a little more pick-orientated yourself. Or pick away the Thresh and go towards Nautilus. They go towards the Poppy, interestingly enough. I'm curious to know what they're targeting for. If they just feel like Arla could take that out there themselves, or JJ could have it, and then it feels a little bit bad on the jungle matchup too. Unsure off the top of my head, but EDG likely very happy to just ban away another mid laner, right? Something that feels really obnoxious into the Nico is something like the Syndra, and of course Syndra plus Wukong can be a very, very powerful 2v2, and EDG have that read.
So, Syndra is taken away. Good one there, Jamada. I also want to raise the issue of something like the Viego again here. Maybe coming through as well. We'll see, but Akali actually from Angel, we wanted to see a bit more carry potential from him. This is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, all right. You wanted the carry potential, and he gives you the Akali. So I'm not entirely sure how Akali and Nico per se you know, match. But I imagine the early laning phase, the lane bully that Nico is, Fofo should have so much lane priority, and that could give EDG a lot of freedom on the map in the early stages. Once level 6 rolls around, maybe there's kill threat, right? And after all, perfect execution is a very, very strong ultimate for finding those angles as EDG go towards the Viego. JJ, very, very comfortable on that pick. Might even have a skin named after him. I'm not sure if you know that, by the way. Hey. But yeah, Mako now with the opportunity to go towards plenty of engage options, and I think that's how EDG round out this composition. As right now, they are definitely lacking on their own ability to pull the trigger. I think someone like Rakan, very slippery, very hard to stop at the minute from the NIP side, right? It's only really the Cyclone that can do that. So I like this lock-in, and NIP looking like they'll take the other side of that coin with the Nautilus.
Okay, so expected here for the bottom lane in the 2v2. My biggest question is towards the mid lane. I'm just going to wait for Draw to lock this in. Then I've got a plethora of questions here in this game. Jamada, we've rounded out some of the engage. I think I need a bit more on how NIP win this game because we have very volatile solo lanes coming in.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think for me, if they can actually get a lead on this Jax, he might be very close to unstoppable on a side lane, right? We've seen already today how strong this Jax can be. I think going towards a build which is geared for murdering towers, right? Demai Tundra into Hullbreaker, and all of a sudden, not only do you have a whole bunch of armor, but you also have the MR to deal with the Nico if she comes to clear the wave for you, and the Hullbreaker, the cannon minion, will also always be an issue for that champion. So I think that's an avenue that NIP can look to go towards. I think skirmishing at level 6 very powerful between the Wukong and the Akali, so first Herald is something that I'm expecting NIP will look to contest as well.
Really jump out of the gates here, important stuff. On the other side, let's be real, for EDG, they had game 1 in the palm of their hands. They still won it in the end if you're just tuning in, but it was just chaotic. It was a big throw, and NIP got them down to that Baron, but they still managed to win a team fight. And once again, we're in a position where, for EDG, team fights are key. Jamada, let's be real. If this team resets, it gets messy fast. Viego, Jinx, those are things to look forward to. As we get into game 2, or at least closer to, Nico returns to Summoner's Rift. And all I can say is this will be fun, at least watching the mid lane, another interactive lane between our very new mid laner that hasn't seen too much play before this split for quite a while, and Angel debuting on NIP here in 2023 summer.
Absolutely, and given a very, very mechanical champion to potentially pull NIP back into this series, would hate to get 2-0'd in the opening day for themselves. And I think for NIP, it is going to be very, very difficult to navigate a lot of the early stages. I think this mid lane matchup in particular is going to be very, very rough. Looking for a little bit of information here. We'll see whether or not Mako will get a little spicy. He won't, but we'll ping out that that ward is there. I'm very curious about the bottom side matchup though, as a little bit of jumping here from Allah. Just because Leave 1-to-1, I've said this a lot, that Jinx can get priority over the Affiliates on the first couple of waves, but again, when you can't support, a lot less pressure can be put down in comparison to what Joe can, so I think that NIP might actually have a little bit of wiggle room down there on the bottom side, and top side, like you mentioned, very, very volatile. We've seen the matchup go both ways over the last 5 or 6 months, so we'll have to kind of hold our breath and see how Invincible does, as Ala did get the better of him in game 4.
JJ going to be spotted out in the starting clear here as well. On Wrap as he begins, Invincible getting a bit of information as well. So just a double whammy there as NIP start on Wolves themselves. We're not starting on priority buffs for the time being. Just changing up the clears that microscopic amount. It's just funny as well. I mean, for EDG, we can quickly mention that with this draft, the fact that they got Jinx, Nico, and Cassante all on blue side is kind of obnoxious. Already Fofo just showing us some of the power of this laning champion as level 2 hit for that 3-hit proc, and Fofo gets priority.
Yeah, Fofo will have very consistent priority, right? Akali, very high energy costs for the first 7-ish levels or so of her life on the 5-point strike, so gaining priority generally just sucks. And Nico is one of those champions where, of course, we're going to start to see it a lot more, right, this year with the recent visual update and such, but of old, it would get priority if it was AP into most matchups. Like, even the traditional matchups where you'd expect a mage to get priority, Nico would just win it. And of course, into melees, it's even worse with 3-hit proc, so expect Angel to get bullied out, fall behind in CS, but as long as he makes it to level 6 at a reasonable time, and is able to join with Shadow at the first Herald, I think, is where they will look to find their first skirmish. They should be easy sailing. However, if Fofo does overstep, it can definitely start to snowball a little bit out of control, as Akali often can take over those matchups 1v1.
True. And again, it's a volatility. This game in general. Just quick mention, JJ was in the enemy jungle, took away the Gromp. Well, Shadow tried to avoid vision up towards Raptors. They know he's either got that camp or he's going to be coming in here, and JJ has spotted him out. Shadow not willing to take the 1v1, despite a lot of Wukong's feeling confident here with the passive. JJ moves back to River. Fofo running in as well. Look at Angel's health bar. There might be numbers advantage for now, but health should be favoring EDG as Fofo pokes out with Blooming Burst. Looking for the engage. This skirmish kicking off real fast as Tangle Barbs hits at max range, but Fofo's already used the Blooming Burst, so there's no follow-up for the simple CC3 shot. And NIP just back away, and JJ takes his prize as the Scuttle.
Yep, JJ gets a skull, and they've been tracking Shadow quite meticulously throughout the early game. They all see that JJ's returned to the blue buff, but at the end of the day, the damage is already done, to be honest with you. And now Arla will also be able to very freely shove in this wave, as he should expect that Shadow won't be here on the top side of the map anymore.
Well, we'll just continue tracking out as what happened in the bottom lane. Looks like a couple of summoners burnt as Angel, quick little bit of burst here from Fofo. It's run dry on mana a bit, but still Angel has to be careful. Note that was Ignite and goes popped by Leave and Mako in the bottom lane. So Foden and Draw having a bit of success here, Jamana. You talked a lot about the power from this Nautilus in the lane. Already a very good sign starting this game too, that Foden and Draw are holding their own.
Yeah, exactly. Right. The priority might go the way of Leave and Mako just because of the range advantage that the Rockets can bring. But once you get this gun swap over, right, the first swap off of red and green to blue and purple, you can have a little bit of pressure because of the added CC in the wave clear. So nice to see that Duo and Photic were just taking a little bit of advantage of that. And Duo was just going to slip into the mid lane and just give Angel a little bit of reprieve, right? You could start to see how much pressure Fofo was putting down, but starting to run out of mana. And we'll just have to back away as Angel is given this little bit of breathing room from his support.
Shapes what it makes it so annoying to trade in this lane as well. Even without mana, you get kind of surprised by that third hit proc coming through from the Nico as our camera shifts down towards bot because a plate just about to be taken. Minions doing the dirty work and giving Mako and Leave their first here. And even despite those summons being burnt, I mean, having flash is enough, and also having yourself a Jinx and Rakan seems to be enough as well to give respect and give Leave a bit more gold in this game. Now, Mr. Marta, as I've been calling you today, we're getting towards 6, brother, and we are getting towards the first dragon as well. JJ hovering on this bottom side, so I'm kind of curious to see what the play is here.
Yeah, they look for it.
Oh, it's that. Okay.
There you go. There's your answer.
And another one. Well done.
Okay, great. I'm glad that NIP and EDG were able to answer your question before I could. They get both summoner spells. Lane priority should also mean that this dragon is a pretty easy pickings. Fofo should be able to shove out the way pretty much whenever he wants, as he has been throughout the entirety of the early laning phase so far. And Shadow, bless him, looking for things to take away on the top side, just isn't able to find anything because Angel continues to be shoved back. Nice little sidestep on the Shuriken flip.
Where's Angel going?
Looking for the plants, but they're so far up the lane that Arla's going to be able to stop him from getting it.
Hello? Yeah, just runs at him as well. Fofo now converging. I mean, this is great movement. Flash might have to be burnt here from the Tangle Barbs into the Shroud. No. Fofo trying to pick a target as this Shuriken flip to get out, but Shadow now zoned out. He was able to pick up the camps, but still, pressure added in as even Draw walks up. Dragon not taken yet. Herald still hasn't spawned yet, but it does seem like EDG through their lanes doing pretty well, especially in this mid.
Yeah, really surprised that the Dragon didn't go down there. They had perfect setup for it, right? But NIP given a little bit of, I don't know, luck, really, I suppose. That the Dragon second doesn't come into fruition, but the laning phase, you can still see rough across the board. This plate should go down. Fofo taking it in the face of Angel because he knows he can. Probably look for one more Q once he sees Angel come out of the Shroud. And yeah, again, this laning phase continues to be rough. Now, I will caveat this by saying we did see yesterday, of course, Care ran the Kiana of former champions. But Amelie Assassin, right, in the mid lane, fell behind in CS, the lane sucked, but then had a massive amount of impact inside the team fight. So That is still something that Angel can provide here, as JJ steal away the Gromp, and Shadow continues to be bullied out of his own jungle.
I mean, JJ having a nice day of it as well. That'll even open things up to start this Dragon, while you can see Fofo's helping that out. He's got mid priority, and bot's already pushed out. Photic and Draw just holding the way for the time being, but with jungle down there, let's see if it's a possibility. In the meanwhile, it's a slower game, and Jamada, I think we're just seeing another trend again. EDG like to play their game slow. They pressure, they look for a pick, they get the enemy team to back down, but they don't have to overforce. They're quite controlled again through these early games, that they're not as bloody as our other LPL teams. They are a lot more of a slower team from what we experienced last year as well.
Yeah.
Last split.
Last split, yeah, 100%. Looking a lot more disciplined, right? And I think that's honestly a fine look also for EDG if they want to just take this one slow as they open out the split. And once they start to get to some of the other opponents that you'd expect to be around them, right? Your JDGs, your BLGs, LNG as well, likely to return a strong contender as
Here we
go. Jump in.
Almost dying. He's got flash available. He's got the all-out as well. He's trying to time out Invincible's ulti, which he has, and he's healing up. So I guess we'll keep it on top.
Yeah, we will. As this is going on, Herald will be picked up, and JJ's on the bottom side of the map, so this is not going to be contested at all by EDG. Will Ala find a window?
Close.
But no cigar.
Was walked up here as well. Yeah, well, unfortunately not, as we've been waiting for years for Graves to pick up smoking again.
Terrible habit.
Of course, we don't recommend.
No.
No.
But Graves enjoys it as
foolish.
the gangster hustler that he is.
Oh. And Arla going to be spotted out. Just waiting for him to pop the all-out, but I guess not near a wall.
So tense, isn't it? Like,
it is, isn't it? It's because Casante's ridiculous.
Well, whilst all that was going on,
this is happening.
Yeah, 2 plays. Yeah, not bad. 300 and something gold. Feels all right. Oh, no, he's not going to get the second one. That's a shame. But NIP picked up the Herald. So, still feels good. And all of the, all of the posturing from Invincible and Ala. I mean, they're actually still sticking around in lane. One of them was basing. As Handlebarbs. That CC is so long when it goes through a minion. That's with Merc Treads, by the way. They really want that second plate. Leave.
They'll get it. Minions? Yeah. Nice. Okay. Photic just building up the chakrams. Leave and Mako respect that, especially with Shadow down the bottom side. He's walked past the ward. Hasn't actually spotted that one out, only to the left here as a brush. As JJ's coming to intercept. He's got a big CS lead. So a CS leader leads to a level leaders. Hang on. All out going to come through. Invincible has to flash away. Arla has his own, but he needs to stack up that Q as... Hang on. Meanwhile, first blood happens in the bottom lane. We're looking at Arla. Cameraman's like, nah, we're committing to top. I don't care anymore. Let's not look at bot.
We don't need to know. All we need to know is that it's Shadow getting bullied again. All right? We'll get a replay, no doubt about it. But that 1v1 was more enthralling, Jake, and that's the important thing. Okay. Wouldn't it be funny if the replay was of
the top lane?
Yeah. Oh, nice flash. So JJ getting over the decoy there, and as soon as that stun connects, that's it. And you get CC'd up by Mako as well. Really nice from JJ, and unfortunately Shadow can't quite react in time.
You just look at that lead. Jungle's massive. It's a 3K gold lead. It's huge.
Do you get that reference? Jungle is massive.
Jungle is massive.
Yeah.
Should I?
It's a UK. No, it's fine. It's a very UK like
clubbing, British,
raving culture. Yeah, it's British.
Okay. Yeah, sick. No, I don't. I'm your convict. I'm sent to an island 20 hours away.
Yeah. With all the poisonous snakes and spiders and all of that stuff.
It.
And yeah.
And people that say the word prawn instead of shrimp. God, if anyone says shrimp on the Barbie, just remove yourself.
Aren't they different things though? Isn't like prawn is the big one?
I don't know.
Right? Shrimp
I don't
is the
think
small
so.
One.
I wouldn't fight this. I think JJ's quite big. Depth charge on Mako. His quickness not available, so maybe a timing is Pop Blossom, but Fofo is flashed away from by Dwarf. Super Mega Death Rocket flies from the heavens from Leave. And EDG forcing a fight that NIP just can't take. And again, that gold lead kind of showing itself.
Yeah, starting to rear its head into the gameplay, right? And NIP, even though they've got the engage tools, it feels like they're not really looking anywhere on the map. And I think the priority from the mid lane is what's kind of the core symptom of this. Now, JJ and Mako find themselves in the middle of 5 members.
Heartbreaker. Angel's over the wall. Can JJ 1v1 this Kali? Well, we don't need to find out as Mako gets out. Angel now forced out by Fofo. The W in, but Angel jumping back in might just give a reset. In fact, it's someone else that dies. Shadow again, but no reset given. An Angel somehow surviving. No clue how that man got out with his mission, but a 1-for-1 with junglers both perishing in the end.
Yeah, it's because Fofo's Q was aimed to kind of hit both Angel and Shadow, and not just Angel in the Shroud. Invincible can't be hit. And unfortunately, Invisible rather can't be hit. And yeah, must slip out with his life there. JJ also couldn't get to the Wukong form to start off a reset city fight. So feels pretty good for NIP to walk away with just the 1-for-1, considering how dangerous that situation ended up being, despite JJ and Fofo being the ones that get collapsed on.
We all know what happens in the base. Shadow obviously died. Herald was timing out. He had to put it in base, so it's going towards the top side as Angel's just poked out with the Death Rocket yet again. He's going to be backing away while this turret is kind of forfeit at this point. That'll be first turret blood under 14 minutes, as well as look at this one, Jamada, because EDG decided the blue buff was worth going in for.
Yeah, the ultimate there from JJ blocks out so much CC. Mako also dodges out on the Moonlight Vigil. Up here, however, Angel holds onto the E until the W comes out, but you can see, actually, tell a lie, it was actually a flash out from Angel from that Q, so it wasn't aimed necessarily at both. Whew, false commentary from myself as it slips out on the very back end. Real slick from the Akali. Shadow does give his life. In the end of it, as a Shadow might give his life again.
We'll have to see that all out. That all out is there. Shadow has no way out, and Arla's not even pulled the trigger on the ulti flip back, and he just slaps him with the back end of his swords. EDG with a good pick, and you have to give props to Mako. That was smooth.
Yeah, it was, but also, just so we're clear, Shadow just didn't W over the wall. I'm not sure what he W'd for.
True.
Maybe thought the range was a bit bigger than it was. A little bit unlucky. Shadow definitely having a bit of a rough game, but I think that's more credit to EDG, like proactively shutting him out throughout a majority of the early stages. And, you know, the call from myself personally was I wanted to see Shadow on something where he would be the one initiating a lot of these team fights, and Wukong definitely can be that member. And EDG just decided to play specifically around this jungle matchup, put JJ so far ahead. The CS difference is massive. 40 CS between the two junglers, a little bit more than that, 45 realistically. 10 camps, the difference between Shadow and JJ right now.
That's gotta be the gold lead.
On almost even. Yeah, what is... This is why I don't like the jungle role, by the way. Look, they're a Kindle gem apart.
True.
Isn't that ridiculous?
Still somehow. I mean, you look at towards mid CS lead, bot CS lead, top CS lead, and place adding into that as well, and they got first turret. As Herald now goes down as well, EDG, it really is another version of Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal. They are getting away with so much as Arla in the best position. He's going to launch onto Dwarf, who goes golden, but EDG pull back. Cyclone comes in, Mako with the quickness. He's in, he's out, he's all around. Pop blossom! Up and down they go! Fofo will go golden as now it's reset city! Nico, knee!
Triple kill for Leave on the back end as well. Nico, knee indeed. Fofo, that was a great call, Jay. I was so astonished by it. I had to give it a second to sit. But Fofo finds a 3-man ultimate. And EDG just rout NIP where they stand. Herald as well dropped. Leave will pick up 2 towers for himself. And this game, it was already a little bit blown wide open, but now this one feels a little bit done and dusted for EDG. We'll see where exactly they will now go on the map to close this one out, as an IP are likely going to struggle to try and find options, but they are still there between Nautilus and between the Wukong.
Man, this stops. So we get the POV from Mako, by the way, to start this off, which looks like it was a quick spot.
Oh, this is from before. This is where...
Yeah,
Shadow just desperately tried to dodge out on the W and try and get over the wall, but I think realistically, you have to pick one, right? Like, get hit by the W or make it over the wall, right? Like, choose. Unfortunately, he Ws and still gets hit and doesn't make it over the wall, as this engage from Fofo was great. Joe also buys so much time with that stopwatch, right? He was the one that was going to get engaged on initially, but this drench line misses onto Arla. It sends him into the charm, which then connects into a 3-man knockup from Fofo. And stopwatches, Photic can't get out the damage, and then JJ has stolen away Nautilus form, dragged him in, This is a triple kill. Angel can't quite do enough to get away as the Ghost was running for lead.
And a much better game from EDG. I know it is early days where EDG threw away last time. A little bit later than this is Draw in a bit of trouble. JJ trying to run out. Shuriken's going to be taken, but Angel still has to be wary of one of the strongest members of EDG right now in that jungle. But it's an 8k gold lead. Like EDG, you have to say their first 20 minutes of the game, just like last game, have been exceptional. And they've already broken out an inhibitor pre-20 minutes. They're looking at another inner turret. And right now, NIP are struggling to get their first outer, which they might get as a bit of combo gold. But what else can they find? Angel jumping back in. JJ takes a big hit. So granted, Angel is large and in charge, but nothing in comparison to the rest of EDG. Minions. Okay, is this what happened at the break? Oh, a little bit sneaky. Oh, hell yeah. Nico thinks.
Yes, that's how the inhibitor dropped in the replay. That's so funny, man.
That makes sense.
I wish we saw that in live. I really do. But NIP down an inhibitor. The dragon spawns in 20 seconds, and this just feels really bad for NIP, right? Because the dragon is gonna die before the Baron is, right? So, or before the Baron spawns up, rather. So once that dragon's gone, then EDG can just shift all of their pressure and focus towards that top side of the map. And then NIP are funneled in to trying to make a decision. I mean, Shadow, sure. Oh no.
He has been found. Okay, press the alarm. Shadow with a double cyclone. Almost dying here, but whoa, Mako. It looks good, but the rest of the team are like, where are you going, brother? Angel jumping in now, has to buy time. He's already found one, the Heartbreaker. Not hitting, but they know where he is. Nice lens from JJ as he gets a reset. Nala. He's taking on the whole world. He survives, and up again. Oh, you gotta love Nico. This is why you ban the champion. Fofo has been given a blessing with Lilia's mother in that mid lane.
Fofo may have pressed the R key, but we have to give credit to Ala for finding the 3-man knockback as well to secure the CC. And with that team fight, EDG are going to close this game out. Death timers are a little short. Maybe NIP can save it, but I think this one is done 2-0 in 20 minutes.
20 minutes. What a recovery from last game. You're right, people might be up, but EDG are not playing anymore. A 2-0 on the day against NIP. EDG resuming right where they left off.
Yep, I knew it. They were going to be angry. They were going to be angry with the spring results. And I think this game too in particular, definitely showing a very clean opening early game as well from game number 1. And EDG want to pick up, as you say, right where they left off. And they have a quick series here in Shenzhen against NIP, who I think definitely left a lot to be desired in this series. Admittedly, you know, EDG will likely have aspirations towards the top end of the table, whereas NIP, you know, fighting to try and make it into that top 10, but definitely didn't get to see much of NIP, anything of what we were hoping to expect from this lineup.
It's a shame because when you have an upgrade in the player lineup, right? When you have that mid laner coming on board, you think for NIP, there's a chance. And there was moments in game 1 with the EDG throw where they kind of came to life a bit. But outside of that, NIP didn't show too much proactiveness. They didn't really show much at all. Jamada, my biggest problem with this team is that there wasn't much done in either of the games. And it's kind of sad when we do have some experienced members. We have, you know, Shadow, who was previously on Mad Lions, who was a bit of an EU superstar at the time. Angel as well, who is now a renowned mid laner in the LPL. Photic, who had that miracle run, as you're saying, alongside Dwar at one point with E5. Obviously, PP God was the main support, but still, it's really rough to watch this version of NIP when last split wasn't the greatest either. They were one of our worst teams, and again, this is showing us that NIP might be much of the same. Even though it's only one series, it still gives us a good insight. I feel like we're looking at a similar team.
Yeah, it definitely does. Perhaps with a little bit of soul searching, right? I think a much better direction draft-wise in game number 2, right? Having proactive tools, I think just EDG were the better team, right? Understood what the conditions were for NIP to potentially find some ins and shut them down really efficiently. I think the mid lane matchup was one where Angel hand shook into. Don't forget, right? He saw the Nico, was like, I will go on the Akali, and look, the laning phase might suck, but at least I'll get to team fight. they didn't get the team fight. The laning phase sucked for about 14 minutes, and then they got ulted by Nico twice and lost the game. So I think the ideas are definitely there, but EDG fundamentally just had better gameplay whilst also having strong answers, not only inside of the draft, but also inside of the game plans too. So credit to EDG for coming out today and, you know, sure, that first game was a little bit messy after the 20-minute mark, but showing us clearly that the business end for them is those first 20 minutes. This game, it only lasted 20 minutes.
Yeah, and look, I mean, again, just showcasing the skill of EDG, and even though, yeah, we will criticize them for the game one, you're right. The way EDG handled games was just so beautiful to see, and I feel like EDG were in such a good running last split. I genuinely thought this could be a team that we saw at MSI, right? We were looking at later part of the playoffs. BLG, we talked about their run and how they got to where they got to. But, you know, Edward Gaming were favorites after we saw them in action. And yet again, this is great showing, right? Ala having another good game. Fofo once again showing up, not even just individually, but syncing up with the team. JJ showing us he can be one of the best junglers. Like, even Mako, right? Mako's still in good form. So it is nice to see that EDG are hitting that same mark when they did have high expectations towards the end of the split. And I think overall, we'll still take this as, yeah, they are still a great team that should be hitting playoffs and have those high expectations, even at the start of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, to me, it should just kind of... I want to say it should be a given where we left off in spring with an IP, but I guess time will kind of tell. And for me, I think EDG actually still be looking towards the top again as we get the PGB here, and Fofo, I think, probably earned himself MVP as well. If I had to wager a guess on who's getting MVP for game number 2, Jake, I think it'll be Fofo here. 17,000 damage, 2 massive ultimates, which kind of just demonstrate why I anticipate that Nico will remain mostly permaban on red side specifically, but just generally as, that was a pretty nasty performance, not only in the lane, but in those skirmishes too.
And I'm assuming that that's one of the few champions that will stay 100% priority as well. Because we've had, you know, Jace dropped a couple of times tonight. We've had Milio actually find its way through draft as well. I don't think we've had Nico find its way through. I don't think we've had an Ari find its way through either. We're just seeing some of these big power picks come through at the start of 13.10. And again, Fofo on Nico, you know, partly because of the champion, partly because of him. But it's just so great to see a very high-skilled player on something so innovative, excuse me, because Nico is now probably the most innovative champion of the league. You can disguise yourself as whatever. They'll probably introduce next patch, you can disguise yourself as one of the trees. Or the rock face or something, and just blend in at this point. Because honestly, you have to look everywhere. What is Nico? Is there an extra minion there, or am I losing my marbles, man? I don't know.
It would be pretty funny. Could you imagine? You could turn into like the banners on the walls. You turn yourself into a banner.
MSI banner.
That would be great. But yeah, no. I think Fofo demonstrated as to why there's a lot of hype around this champion.
Yeah.
And again, like you mentioned, I think this just stays 100% presence until we see some changes. And it's weird to think because the champion didn't really change that much. It's really just the ultimate and the fact that it can disguise into so many things brought it back in.
Now, the biggest question to you is, outside of MVP, outside of all that, what do you feel like other picks that we've kind of learnt so far? Because I'm kind of curious to get your take as to what you feel about the meta, what feels really strong. Because we know Milio is definitely up there. We know that LPL still puts priority on things like Lucian, on Ari as well, and even the Syndra, right?
Yeah, I think the meta has largely stayed the same. I think the introduction of Nico and Milio to the pool has definitely spiced things up a little bit. And I expect to see a continued presence on those champions. What I'm very interested to see is whether or not we'll actually get to see some Jhin. Jhin is a champion that we've not actually seen played yet here in the LPL, but its presence, at the very least here in solo queue, in EU West has surged. I think it also still has currently the highest win rate of any AD carry in solo queue by kind of a fair margin too. It's not like top by a little bit. I think it's top by a while. Stormrazor has really buffed up that champion. So I'm surprised we haven't seen that yet. But I think because we're in such a hyper carry focused meta here in pro play, we may not see that champion get picked up for a little while. Outside of that, I think everything has gone as expected. I want to see a few more Hullbreaker champions, though. I'm surprised we haven't seen as many tanks. We've seen Bruisers come through. We've seen a lot of the Jacks today. I would like to see a lot more Hullbreaker pickups. I think that item is very gold efficient now. It provides you with both stats, more AD, and a little bit of movement speed. So we'll see. I think that we got a very good showing out of it in our first series. Second series, Arla didn't really pick up on the item because he was more interested in completely murdering Invincible on the Scion.
Yeah, he was. I mean, look, I don't blame him, especially how that Jax game went. Even on the Cassante this time around, we didn't get the solo kill, but we got Arla just battling through the fights, and maybe a champion that shouldn't have been given over. For EDG, they got Nico, they got Cassante, they got Jing, so we already talked about draft that this was an issue, that they got so many big priority picks, and even hell, the Rakan at MSI, which still remains to be something that has a bit of strength. Something given over as well, as I believe Fofo has got MVP, I've been told in my ears. It's no question. Nico was given over, and boy, did NIP regret it.
Yes, they did. From pretty much minute one, right? Angel was shoved underneath the tower. Fofo always had first move if he even had to move from the lane in the first place. And yeah, the ultimates were nasty. I'm hoping we'll have the B-roll package in a second because, man, oh man. It was the one right towards the top side of the mid lane. This was also a very nice exchange, but it's this ultimate here which really made you go, man, this champion might be busted. NIP, they overextend a bit, right? They're looking for the fight. It's the first time they can really move forward, and then boom, 3-man ultimate, immediately killing off the support and all is in tow. But the big one was the one by the Tribe Rush at the bottom lane. Here it is. But I want to just give credit to Arla. Look at this. 3-man knockback, right? In, or 2-man knockback in to confirm that they would stay inside the ultimate and get double knocked up. Excellent stuff. Gives his life over for it. And even JJ gets the triple kill as well from Fofo's work. So great stuff overall. And again, yeah, like you said, NIP learning the hard way that champion, it's worth the ban, I think, from now on.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, look, Fofo putting on a bit of a masterclass. I feel like, as you said, now teams will look at Nico and probably just banner away as consistently as they were. Let through once, maybe never again. We've had this in LPL before. I think it was when Zeri was just so busted. Or maybe if Felios one of them.
Banned. Yeah.
It had to be. And then a team let it through, and we were always just like, why would you let this through? What benefit is this to what do you have against this when it's just so broken? Maybe we're getting that for the Nico as well. As look, that's a 2-0. It's a good 2-0 from EDG. We've had 2 2-0s today, actually. IG kind of kept us floating a little bit in one of their games too, where we didn't think it was going to be closed out. LGD found a bit of a comeback, and it's funny. NIP the same against EDG, but like today has told us something that the mid games have been a little bit flimsy. Let's be real. With IG, with EDG as well, closing it out hasn't always been as simple. I don't know if that's the meta Jamada. I don't know if that's the teams we're casting.
I think it's definitely a mix of both, but I think from MSI, right, what we got to see a lot of the time was that, early game always matter that much. Like, you can very easily get, a 4, 5, 6k gold lead just to then lose one team fight in the mid game, give over objective bounties, and then all of a sudden the game is even again, right? I think definitely the fact that we had very sloppy macro mistakes being made certainly did, make this issue a lot more exaggerated, I think, today. But I think it's also the meta, right? As long as you have an early game where you can have some kind of control in the mid game, typically I think you're all right. But even in saying that, it's weird. The mid game matters not so much, and neither does the early game. It's just kind of about, all right, how do we do post like 24 minutes? And that's about it.
Well, look, I feel like, with hyper carries in the meta, it makes a lot of sense as well. Something that we will see a lot more tomorrow as well, when we look at teams like RNG, team fighting teams. Again, RNG, we got a lot of questions about what comes out of that roster tomorrow. With RA as well going up against them, a team that's revamped a little bit too. LNG versus Top Esports, let's not forget, that one will be a top of the table clash. That should be a banger for our third day of the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, honorary match of the week as well, in my mind too, just given where, you know, Top Esports' ceiling were and of course where LNG finished. So, you know, LNG, they have a pretty tough opening week. Don't they have JDG this weekend too?
I can tell you right now. I'm pretty sure, yes, they do. It's our match of the week.
Yeah, so that's the actual match of the week, is LNG versus JDG. But first, they have to take down Top Esports. Really tough opening, and you know, I think the story as well of Top Esports is going to be a very enthralling one to me, considering, you know, the story was, wow, this is effectively a super team. They brought in Rookie. How do you even upgrade going from Knight from 2022? And then they kind of fumbled the bag. So I think for them as well, they have to come out into LNG with a very strong, even if they don't win, a strong showing. Otherwise, I think people will already, you know, be doubting Top Esports in terms of what they can do at the top end. They're going to continue to doubt even harder if the result doesn't look good as well.
And just to add insult to injury for LNG to finish up, they're also versing RNG on Saturday. Then Sunday, the next day, they have JDG. Then Thursday next week, they have Weibo Gaming. So LNG are getting a little bit stymied by the schedule. Wow. But at the very least, folks, we're going to end it there. It's a dangerous one for them, but that is tomorrow. Big thank you to Germana for being with me throughout the night. A big thank you to all, and apologies for the mic issues that will be resolved for me for next time. It is bye for now, but not forever. Have a good night and all the best.